Sorry, bro.
And I'm muted. And the crowd is yelling, "We want to see Abby. We want to see Abby."
Yeah, we
Abby,
want proof of life. We haven't seen her in a while.
yeah. Well, you're not getting it.
You're not getting it?
To me, Mama Faithful. Uh,
You
yeah, yeah.
monster.
I'm not getting it. You monster. How dare you? Well, I
Hey,
have
oi,
stuff.
oi, Carrie. Apex, hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, Carrie. Hey, Apex. I have stuff in the way here. We just got up out of bed. I let her out making a cup of coffee because it's the weekend. We don't care if we're a few minutes late. I'm sure Shadowhawk doesn't mind. In fact,
No, no, no.
he had
I,
to
I,
mute for a second to take care of business. So and figure out what he's doing. But I go to bring her back in the house. She's covered in dust. It is just a dust bowl out there right now. She's been rolling
oh, wow.
around in the dust. She's picked up some fleas. I'm gonna have to wash her tonight. And yeah, she's been a bad girl. I mean, as far as how it feels so good to
She
her.
ain't been a bad girl. She's just been being a dog.
There you go. There you go. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, she's never bad. So uh
She's just
unless
been
you want
being a dog.
yeah.
That's all.
Right. Now, I did do a sketch card during the Chosen. The Chosen was pretty good today. It's always good though.
Yeah, I wish.
And you know what?
What's going on?
It was an hour and 12 minutes long today, the
Oh,
episode.
you're just taking a glass on.
I love that he carries on a singular conversation, but not with me. Do I look like I just woke up? I did. And I was staying in bed too because I really wanted to stay in bed just for a few minutes. I like to collect my thoughts. I didn't catch one, so I decided to get up. But yeah, I did a sketch card of Geo today while I was watching The Chosen, and that's not really in focus. Sorry about that. Maybe my camera will cooperate. Maybe it won't. It's just not very in focus. But anyway, you get the gist of it. At least I got one sketch card done of a character I haven't put on a sketch card yet. I have drawn him before, and I did come up with the character, by the way. Very cool sketch card. Thank you. Unannounced
Hey,
late
Rex.
show. Oh, wonderful.
Sorry to interrupt, my friend. Everybody, I'm gonna have to bail out for about an hour. I don't know how long you were planning on going today,
Okay.
Rex, but
All right.
my dog has a situation herself with fleas and what have you, and we got to get her over to the dog wash station.
Yeah. Yeah. Mine does too.
And if
We
yeah,
don't
and
have a dog wash station.
oh yeah, well, luckily we do. But yeah, I think that she's got some kind of allergies or something. I really don't think it's a flea issue so much. I think it's actually the flea shampoo that's aggravating. Because every time
Oh,
we give her
uh-huh.
a bath, then she starts itching even worse. Um, yeah, and so anyway, we've been doing a bunch of research, and what we've come up with is apparently Dawn dishwashing liquid is the best thing to use on your pets. It kills fleas and does all that good stuff without harming their skin. Um, so we're
Yeah,
gonna rush her.
somebody had told me that, and it helps snuff out those fleas too.
Yeah, it'll actually kill the fleas and stuff as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so we're gonna rush her over there. We're gonna give her a quick Dawn bath and see if
What's a dog wash station though? I've never heard of such.
it's like a little like an extra little stall that's installed like on one of them do-it-yourself car washes, you
Mm-hmm.
know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like enclosed. It's like a big, um, kind of like a big shower, like a big walk-in shower, and you got like a little um, tub and a table where like you walk the dog up, you put them in the tub, and then you can kind of keep them contained, so that, like if they do try to jump out or run away, they got nowhere to go because you got a little locked room where they can't get away.
Yeah.
So
That's
unfortunately,
cool.
my dog, being a lab, she should love freaking water, but
Yeah.
for whatever reason, she hates taking a bath. So
She's afraid of spring.
Well, now, do you ever just take her out somewhere to take a big dip and a swim? She'd probably love that and go fetch, throw something out in the water, let her go get it and retrieve it. And then she'd
dude,
probably love
I haven't been able to since we've had
I got you.
Daisy.
Yeah.
She's only 2.5 years old, and unfortunately, we haven't gone camping or anything. But we got a baby pool in the backyard, and she goes in there. She'll walk around and lay in there, and so she just doesn't like the water spraying at her.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
if
I
you turn
understand
it,
that.
yeah.
So is it like with the doggy thing, do you have a wand like the
Yeah,
car
it's like like a little handheld kind of shower thing where it's kind of a gentle spray. I mean, you can adjust
Right.
it to, different settings or whatever.
Mhm.
I don't know. But my poor dog is over here just itching to death, and we just gave her a flea bath like a week ago. And
Okay. Well, you
she
heard
don't.
Shadowhawk.
But
The
yeah,
show's
she don't.
over.
No,
Thank
it's
you for
not,
coming.
dude.
Oh,
Just hang in there for an hour and I'll be back. I mean, I'll try to. I could even stay live and try to hang with you guys while we
no,
go.
it's okay, bro.
But
You go do what
there's
you
no
need to do.
guarantee that my internet's gonna hold up for all that. So
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, bro. It's
No problem. You and Mrs.
dogs are family,
Hawk have
man.
it.
So all right, I will see
I
you
got you.
guys as soon as I can. Have a great show.
We will.
Get
I hope.
Send a message out to Ryan or something. He's angling for my job anyway.
Oh, okay. All right. You heard it here, folks. Here first, folks. I did not realize that I was not connected with Glenn B. Fleming, creator of Hatch, on Twitter. I finally followed him on Twitter. Hopefully, he followed me back. Lorenzo, where are you? We do have some people joining us today, of course. Carrie. I think Carrie was first. Never mind, he didn't see it. Wow, it's not. Hey, just try. I give up with the chat. I just give up. No, I'm not going to give up. I'll start up at the top there. The ongoing saga of the Shadows auto issues. He sounded pretty good though, didn't he? Where will we go from here? I really don't know. Apparently to the dog bath. Is this the end of the 4 o'clock shadow? Tune in today. Dun 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 dun. Same bat time, same bat Tusi. Remember the bat Tusi? We want to see Abby. Yeah, she's covered in dust. She's pretty grimy. I wasn't even going to pat her off. I was that, and I got to get off what I can. Literally, dust was just drifting off of her. What time do you call this? You two? I call it the weekend. That's what I call it, Carrie. That's what I call it. I call it the weekend, and we're entitled to a few minutes to get a hot cup of coffee to let Abby have a few moments outside and then come in all dusty. She's going to get a bath tonight too. And I have a box of comics before I missed to move before I give her that bath. Why? Because they're in the way, and I don't want her shaking when she gets out, which I towel her off, but she'll shake and go down the stairs and run around, and she'll get everything wet. So, and I don't want that. So, and Apex says unannounced late show, 2:30 a.m. Central. Wow. Okay. trying to think of what Hen called that. Oh, poaching. But that's for tomorrow. And at 2:30 a.m., I really don't care. Have Finity on. I really don't care. It's probably a good time for Finity. Let's see what we got. We got Tree Goblin in the house. Is that necessary? I mean, shampoos take the oils out of their skin. I mean, yeah, and kind of dry the skin out. I mean, just like multiple washings of your body, right? Unless you moisturize. Not necessarily a good thing. I'm sure that they have some stuff that you can sort of work in the skin, massage and into the hair and make it soft and supple. Although I have an oatmeal shampoo up there that's very inexpensive that leaves her really soft. Or I've got some pink stuff too that's really soft, done by Hearts. I don't like their flea collars and stuff. They don't tend to, I don't recommend those, but their shampoos are pretty good. I got some of that. Mike Walters in the house, of course, hoping that he hit the like button, and he's straight into his diatribe here. He didn't say if he left a like or, shared it out or anything, whatever he usually says, right? He's always great with that. Fleas hate smell of tea tree. Coconut oil helps comb them out. Yeah. Again, kind of replenishing that stuff. There's a lot of natural things and a lot of chemical things out there, right? I just wish people were a little bit more forthcoming with the truth, but a lot of people are out there just to make a buck. Years ago, I heard a stat, and I'm sure this probably just went up. Americans spend $50 million a year on their pets. I'm thinking millions or billions. It's not billions, but it's $50 million. Think about that, on their pets. Now that's for food, bedding, whatever, treats, collars, toys, you name it, leashes, leads, but they spend $50 million a year on their pets. And I'm sure since I've last heard that stat, it's just went up. Sent you, let's see. Okay. I'm catching up with the chat here. Send Risey the link. I will not. Honest with you, Tree Goblin. Never mind, he didn't see it. Why did I not see, Carrie? I can send you the products that help my cat's sensitive skin. They help dogs too. Okay, there you go. And Shadowhawk's not here. He left. He bailed on me. I hope he gets the car washed as well. Since he's going to be at the car wash. Maybe his car doesn't need washing. My truck definitely does, but it's just going to get dirty again. So, and it's black. It shows everything. I'm not spending a fortune on a car wash. I'm really not. I'll take pics when we get there so you guys can see a doggy wash. Yeah, I've not heard of a doggy wash. See, he's listening. So he probably heard your comment, Carrie. Laugh out, Lynn. Hen poached her eggs. Yeah. Yeah, she accused me of poaching. I don't poach. I go in and say, hey, Fanta, hey, Hen, whatever. I don't say, look, at 4:00. All right, today it's the weekend. We didn't start promptly at 4, which probably gave some other channels a break, right? Because I'm not the only one streaming. You're always going to overstream, no matter how. I like to give my channel subscribers a lot of content, as much as I can. And you'll be getting more content from this channel now that I'm working less. and soon to be out of a job. Don't you feel for it? You don't? Really? Okay. Anyway, Mike Stand weekend. I don't know. I don't check Facebook, Mike. I do not check very rarely. And yes, I mean, I do see the mic stand invites most of the time. They do come through. I don't know a time that you're very prompt on checking with that. I'm mad an appointment to vet tomorrow. Oh, you made an appointment. Not mad as well. I love my animals more than I like most people. If that tells you all anything. Yeah, that you're antisocial. Just like today, taking off at a moment's notice. No care for my feelings whatsoever. I'm joking, of course. You couldn't do better than Shadowhawk as a co-host. That's okay, Shadowhawk Talks. I get it. Good luck at the vet. What did Risey do? I don't know what Risey did. I don't care what Risey does. I love Risey. But I'm not going, why, do I need to have that ninja on here more than what I do? Just because there's a vacancy, you're ready to replace Shadowhawk already? What if I didn't show up? Well, if I didn't show up, there wouldn't be a show. So there you go. Rex, I wasn't talking to you about not saying anything. I was talking about Shadowhawk. Yeah. So I shared that out. And if he gets back in time, Carrie, I'll share it out. I'll go back up in the chat if I can. And we'll share that with him. Make sure he sees it. What did Risey, or go tell him to watch a freaking replay that Carrie had something very important to tell him. Hey, Rex, if you need someone to fill in for the Shadowhawk for a bit, why not send me the link? Because I really enjoy doing my own show just by myself. I did it for 4 months before the 4 o'clock shadow. I can do it. Gable Penny shot in the house minutes ago, I'm sure, because I'm slow to get to the chat. I'm filling time. Little filler, fill that out, take up time. We're almost to past 18 minutes now. There we go. I'm doing good so far, I think. Gable Penny shot. I'm on record saying that Rex poached me. Whoa! Wow. Okay, you can be on that record, but it's backward masking as far as I'm concerned. You're listening to the wrong thing. I don't go on and poach and say, poaching to me is going into Hens or any other channel and going, hey, the 4 o'clock shadow, okay, it's 4 every day, 7 days a week, 365, 366 on leap year, I might add. We've not hit a leap year, but I guarantee you I won't take that day off. Maybe that'll be the one day every 4 years I'll just take the day off. No 4 o'clock shadow. Now there's a thought. But what good does that do you or me? Hell no, I'll probably be here 366. See, you got me doing math now. Anyway, I blame him. Anyway, she says I poach. No, I right before the 4 o'clock shadow or another stream, I'll usually, or even after the stream kind of starts, I'll be, clicking away and, oh, they're streaming. I'll go in and say hi and be sociable. Is that poaching? Poaching is going in the chat and saying, hey, the 4 o'clock shadow, or I've got a draw stream coming up at 8 o'clock or like, in 15 minutes. That's not, I don't care if you want to come in the 4 o'clock shadow. Everybody has a wrench. Lorenzo kind of does it. If we run long, he's like, hey, my Thursday show starts whenever or whatever. I don't care. If you want to take some of the viewership over there with you, fine. If they want to go, they'll go. That's the way I look at it. It's the way I look at it. If Hen's usually running by that time, but let's say she wasn't and she wanted to come in here and say, hey, my show starts in 10 minutes. It's, maybe not the best thing, but I mean, Finity used to do it. So, she wants to be in the Finity crowd, which is not a very good crowd to be in, if you ask me. He'll do anything. Sorry, I'll be back. Let's see. Apex work. Yeah, he's working tonight. Apex is working tonight, doing the Uber thing, I believe. Get Rising on panel. He's hilarious. Okay. And I'm a dud, so I'll just kick myself. Wait, I can't. Nobody else is on panel to take my place. Get Rex to 500 subs so he can get monetized. Please subscribe, share, and like, and ring that bell for notification. Hope I said that like Apex did. I love Rozzy, but he's no Shadow. Well, that's true. I will, and by this time it may be late over there. I'm not sure. I will message Shadowhawk on Insta, but don't worry. That's great. Again, that does not work with me, crowd. Have you not figured that out? The more you want something and demand it, that don't work with me. No. Then I get mad and get my dander up. I get my razorback going on. And I don't want to do it. So I have nothing against Rozzy. I love Rozzy. He's like the son I never wanted. You can tell him that, by the way. No, he's a great guy. I love talking to Rozzy, but and I'm glad that he's got people that Rozzy, get Rozzy on. That just tells me Rex is boring. We don't want to hear him speak. Get Rozzy, belligerent Rozzy on, or bad Rozzy. And which he's not always belligerent. We've had some, when he's sober, man, we've had some great conversations. And frankly, we've had some great conversations when he's been dead ass drunk. I've never had a problem with Rozzy. Never. It might have been perceived on his part that I had a problem with him once or twice, but no. Lorenzo Sleestack in the house, and I do have your lizard representation keyed up and ready to go, my friend. And it is a fine looking gecko. Fine, what they say, ready for your close up, Mr. DeMille. Well, here it is, Lorenzo. So don't try and not fall in love with the specimen of the day. Yeah, he's giving you the stink eye like Rozzy often gives me, I'm sure, behind the camera, behind his icon. Or maybe a few other YouTube. Maybe I shouldn't have put Rozzy in there. Maybe I should have said Finity, because I'm sure Finity gives me the stink eye all the time. But that's his problem. With age, hopefully comes wisdom. And I've learned to blow it off. If you have a problem with me, you just have a problem. This was a beautiful, beautiful picture. And that's the only reason I'm sharing it. This is a beautiful photograph, I believe, an actual photograph of the light coming through the tree. Autumn is upon us. And I sent a little thing saying the burning bush. It does remind me of what a burning bush. For years, I did a burning bush painted series. I have burning bushes all over the house that I painted. What would the burning bush that God's essence was in? And I've shown a few of those. It's been a while. I've shown a few of those. All right, I'm catching up with the chat. Apex has officially poached me now too. Okay. Actually, I was hoping to see if you still were interested in co-hosting one of the upcoming episodes of the Historical Comics Retrospective. I don't even know what that is. Is that what I did last time? Mike? I hope I'm not poaching, but Rex and Hex Allen were on my Thursday night. See, that's okay. That's done. But no poaching, I guess. Not that I ask it for an explanation from him. And I have nothing but the most highest disdain for him. And the only reason I say that is to get her dander up. No, I have only the highest regard for him. Well, anyway, I don't have a problem with him. And like I said, if anybody has a problem with me, they just have a problem. It's their problem, not my problem. Because 9 times out of 10, yeah, you got to allow for that 10th, right? Like Finity. But he's the only one that's blocked. The poaching to me is coming in the chat and going, "Oh, I'm starting up a stream. You want to come over here?" I think Dillard's done it a few times. It doesn't bother me. If you want to go over there and watch Dillard draw, go ahead. You know, it's probably more interesting than 4 o'clock shadow that I slave to get out to you every freaking day. I try, folks. I try my very, very best. Carrie says, we want to see what's been added to your collection this month, please, Rex. Well, you already have, Carrie. You already have. I mean, you know, artwork wise, I've shown you Ryan's stuff. I went to the local comic book shop and shown you what I've had there. You just want to see some collectibles, and that I can always show you. Tree Goblin says, never give the audience what they want. Question mark. Never? Really? Tree Goblin, really? Never give them what they want? I remember Pell Rider came in here and said, yeah, man, I love some Conan. You got some Conan? Show some Conan. And I said, yeah, it's right in there. Just a minute. I'll go in there. I'll get it. And I was on there showing him Conan stuff for the next 2 hours. So I do request. Never. Okay. You can ask Rick precisely and say, please. Absolutely. I respond to that better than do this, do that. Yeah, I'll pucker up like a bad puss ball and say no. And if you're pissed off at me and never come back, that's going to be sad. That would be extreme. And I've had that happen once on this channel because, and things got out of control in the chat. It wasn't anything that I did. And he was demanding that I take care of it, and I didn't take care of it quick enough, and he never came back. You know, they were calling him gay and whatnot. I didn't even know that stuff was going on. It's 5:31 a.m., but he got the conversation rolling on that. Some of you were here for that conversation. It's 5:31 a.m. in Risey's time zone. Thank you for that, Lorenzo. See, that's helpful. Be helpful to the chat. I mean, be helpful to the host. Whoever comes on here and whoever comes on another channel needs to make the host look good and make the whatever he's trying to do or she's trying to do, make the stream run a little smoother. Some of you just like anarchy, you know. Get Risey in there. He's funny. What's that say about me? I'm just not funny enough, I guess. Maybe I'll just go in there and get the beer that I have chilled down and get drunk. And then we'll go anarchy, Rex. I don't know. All right, off to the doggy wash. Soon. Update soon. And that was minutes ago, I'm sure. You know, it took him a while to get out of the house. He could have been done and back by now. Come on. Lorenzo, do you still have the baby lizard icon? That is a beautiful pic. Yeah, I love it. I love it, man. Because it reminds, I mean, I can't wait till the autumn and the fall and the leaves. And they're not really that colorful around here. Yes, it is what you did the last time. Oh, okay. So what was your question above that? Let's see. Oh, you still interested in co-hosting with them? Well, let's say I have not discounted it, Mike. Let's just say that. The thing of it is, Mike, it's almost like people demanding something of me. It's like I'm sitting back and I'm seeing Shadowhawk's going to do Friday the 13th with you. Next month, you come in here and just about every time remind Shadowhawk. So if I say, well, I would like the next week after that, then I will hear about it from you every freaking time you come in or every week. That gets tiresome. because I have a calendar all my own and everything. I'm just being honest with you. I don't like reminders. I don't even set an alarm clock. I don't want to have to think about it. If I say I'll be there, I'll be there. Um, if I will not, I will grovel at your feet and be mucho apologetico. See, I speak a little Spanish. Anyway, yeah, I mean the incessant did reminders. No, I don't like that. It's just, I actually call down what I want to think about, which is not much, to tell you the truth. So that what I do want to think about in my little Rolodex, some of you, and I don't mean the watch, little Rolodex, find little addresses, phone numbers, the old school stuff, before you were born, I'm sure. Anyway, Rolodex, has comics on the brain. I'd like to think about comics, story ideals, other things, not that every, show we still, or I mean, let's say once a week. I don't even want to think about it once a week. There's a lot of things I cull out of my life. It's called pruning. So I don't have to think about it. Why was my laundry so far behind? I didn't want to take the time to do it. Once I was working busy. Now that I've had the weekend, I've got caught up pretty quick. I know if I really get after it, it could take me 2-3 days. But if I had everything dirtied up, which this last time I did. In fact, I was buying extra towels, which I needed in the house anyway. Really, I really did need some more towels. So I bought about maybe 13 new towels, all the same color gray, I think. Took me probably about a month and a half, or a little over a month to get that many, to take that out of the budget to get that. I've been buying a few things, like they had these great nail clipper sets with the emery board and all kinds of stuff. In fact, I should show one and Carrie can tell me which each item is. She may know. She's a woman. Women know these things. Anyway, I bought a cup for $1.25 a piece. Here, I'll take 2 of them. My survivalistic type stuff this year are going to be small items because it's just not in the budget. Am I buying a new pair of shoes this year? No. Hopefully when the prequel comes out, I'll earn enough money to buy a new pair of shoes. But if I don't, I'll be good for another year. Don't feel sad for Rex. Rex is doing just fine. It's Abby that needs a bath, not me. Oh, just checking. Apex says Pix looks like the Vespis honeycomb covers the tree. Beautiful colors. Yeah. And wear red and hide in the woods. You just got a problem? We saw problems around here. Yeah. Thanks, Carrie. I have at least a couple baby lizard profile pics. Ooh. Is that with the shell or out of the shell? Let's see. Unboxing my late show. Yeah, if when Shadowhawk makes it back, he has a few items. He has Unconditional Shove in and a few other things that we'll look at. I liked Odin's book, man, Unconditional Shove. I did not back it, but I really liked it. That was my jam. And I have really, I mean, not the horror bent, but just his style, I really like Odin's style. Now, don't forget, tomorrow we'll have Edwin Acevedo on. I hope I said his last name right. White Leopard fame and all that. You guys know. He'll be on tomorrow's show. Unboxing my late show tonight or early morning. On my late show late tonight. I thought you were working, but that's okay. You do you, boo. Yes, Rex, get drunk. Man, I am behind in the chat. Hey, Agent Zero. Sorry, I didn't say anything to you when you came in. I'm a little bit behind. Just to clarify something I offered earlier, I was offering to step in as co-host if you wanted someone to do it. I got it. I knew what you were saying. Hell to our favorite secret agent, Agent Zero. Apex says, let's see. To those interested, Chrome Dog now has an original artwork tier. Ooh, Justin, you beast. Stop it. Offering that original artwork. They do like original artwork in CG, that's for sure. And it can really help out a campaign. I hope to have some of my own original artwork on a campaign. And I don't sell my stuff very often. Never. I'm one of those that never sell my stuff. Comic stuff, I'm slowly getting over it. I don't even think Shadowhawk has a piece by me. There's one person, Shay bought that Dust Devil piece that I did back, I think September of last year. She bought that on her auction, which was really great. At that time, I could use the $25, believe me, because I was not working. Or it might have been in November. Whenever it was, she's the only one that has the original art piece by me, I believe. There's a journal that I sent. And Shadowhawk wanted me to sign it, and I did my heel and 3 crosses for Christian. That's the way I sign my stuff. So just, if you don't want that on your comic, just let me know, because we will have a signature tier, and I am here to announce, since we have 7 people in here and I'm behind in the chat, and you're ready to replace me with Risey, and I would leave. This is bold now. I would leave and let Risey host, but the caveat would be that Mike Walters would have to co-host. I would sit back in the chat and love to watch Mike Walters and Risey do a show together. I would venture to say that Risey and Mike Walters have never done a show together. But what I was going to say, while I'm trying to catch up with the chat, it's a double page splash, both panels for one price. And that price is high. No, it may not be. Go over there and check it out over on Fund My Comic. Correct, Justin? Apex Comics says, sweet. Is that the end of the chat? Have I reached the end? No, I haven't reached the end. Of course not. Why is it not? Oh, I am butthurt by all those people trying to steal my spot. I know, right? It's like throw you under the bus and back up over you. We all love you, Rex. Hosting alone or with guests, you have a relaxing tone. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. And that's the evidence right there. She did indeed say that. I'm not putting words into her mouth. Oh, yes. And I've lost 2 people. And I was going to make a major announcement about the first action figure done by Momentum Comics, but we've got people leaving apparently. I'll double check that. I'll go over to YouTube and get a count, and we'll just see how many people's watching. If people are just going to pop in and leave, and they don't care, I try and give exciting content. Well, 5 watching. Yeah, we had 7 a while ago. Frankly, I'm butthurt now. Now it says 6 up here. Anyway, I've made it. Maybe I should wait till Shadowhawk gets here. That's what we'll do. We'll just wait to talk about the action figure. Oh, Glenn Fleming. Now, I showed this once before, but maybe you didn't see it. He's going to work on a World War II. This is a World War II soldier, a German soldier drawing he did. Glenn's a beast. Oh, now we have 9 people. Now that I've mentioned action figure. Wow, we're surging. So maybe I will talk about action figures. Oh, and to show you what a beast Glenn Fleming is, this is penciled and colored inks on his artboard that he does, a sci-fi novel, The Amazing Mr. Uh, Kuiper, Kuiper. I would probably say Kuiper. But, and I've seen this piece before, but perhaps you haven't. This is Glenn Fleming. This is what Glenn Fleming is capable of. Pretty nice stuff. He has Hatch annotated over on Fund My Comic. Should have sent Rozzy the link to save the show. 8 people watching now. No, Apex, let me do the counting. It was up to 10. Now it's down to 9. It fluctuates. Don't worry about it. I feel like a speed bump in here. I thought Carrie at least. Yeah. You know, if I suck as a host, it's still a relaxing tone, and I have the tweet to prove it, folks. But yeah, isn't this gorgeous stuff? Okay, so we have 9 people, possibly 10, watching. You want to hear about the action figure? It's going to take a while to get out. I'll be honest with you. That type of thing is expensive. But it occurred to me that we could, and I'm going to work it into the story. I was actually watching something on television, on a monitor, whatever, a screen. Might have been Time Tunnel. Actually, it was one of the Star Wars movies. And he got a little droid there, and he's clanking around with a little thing. See, we lost someone. It says 8 now. So now you're correct. Apex. Didn't you say 8 up here? Anyway, never get bogged down with the detail. Yeah, 8 people. Yeah. So now you're right. Now that I've ran off a couple. Rex, have you let Steve? I love that people get in the chat and they forget English. I get the autocorrect thing, but they don't speak in complete sentences. It makes it very difficult as a host to read. Rex, have you let Steve? He makes great toys on boards. Oh, have I let Steve? Who would you run off? I don't know. Anybody I can. Glenn, I backed the hardcover this morning. Love Hatch and you, Shadowhawk says. Well, Glenn's not in here as far as I know, but he may be listening. Yeah. Have I met Steve? He makes toys on boards. I don't think I have. I would have to have somebody with a 3D printer. That's how I'm thinking about doing it. We'll see. I'm non-committal, but the way I'm going to do it, folks, is build a figure. Nobody's done that. Maybe I'm spilling the beans before, hand, and I really shouldn't be spilling the beans, that is. But yeah, I would like to do a build a figure. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be Devil Flyer. It probably should be Devil Flyer. The wings would look awesome. How many parts? I don't know. Probably 1 hand, 2 hand, 1 foot, 2 foot. Depends, right? And the articulation. But I would work it into the story. It might be a robot type character, that you build. I don't know. But with your book would come a Build-A-Figure piece. back enough books, you keep with us, then you get to build the figure complete. Devil Flyer or Bog PVC figure. I really don't want to do PVC figures right now. But now build a figure I could get behind. I'm trying to put my kids to bed, make their packed lunches, and tidy the house. I'll try and pay closer attention, Tree Goblin says. Yeah, I'm glad. I think that's the first time you mentioned your children. And I know it's late over there. Tree Goblin, they should already be in bed. Just as a 57, almost 58 years. Is anybody going to ever remember my birthday? You have over a month. I'm just giving you fair warning, November 2nd. So get those gifts coming in. Like Salacious Rum. Salacious Rum had an awesome birthday. He had packages up the wazoo. Of course, he's got thousands of subscribers too. But our little merry band, you know. Momentum Comics Build-A-Figure action figure series. Absolutely. Why not? With 3D printers and doing it at a piece at a time, I think we could do that and build a pretty good action figure, you know? Not the whole figure by itself, that's expensive, but if you do it at a piece at a time, and nobody's done a Build-A-Figure except Marvel and others, and we don't care about that in CG. I don't know why they haven't done a Build-A-Figure. And maybe now that I've made this announcement, they will. And F you if you do, you know, because you're stealing ideals from Rex, but I'm throwing it out there freely. And I'm going to do what I'm going to do when I want to do it anyway. So, you know, whatever. Chrome Dog, Seether, and is that Venom? Is that another way of spelling it? Venom? Venom. Sorry, I don't know. Would make amazing action figures. On top of that, no one likes a grammar Nazi. Hashtag be better. Timothy Austin says, which, you know, let Mary band of misfit, little Mary band of misfits. I don't know about that, but learn to adapt the modern time and degenerates. Most people write in a shorthand. Yeah. I'm not trying to be a grammar Nazi. I'm just trying to understand what's being said. I was about to say this is a chat, not writing a novel. Dog wash pics on Instagram soon. Just got here. Wow. Phenom. Okay, phenom. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know that I've ever seen the word. I've used it, sure. I've been called worse. Yeah. What do you think about like a Devil Flyer? It doesn't necessarily have to be him, but you know, Devil Flyer could have a wing, you know, and then another wing, you know, a hand or maybe two hands together or 2 feet together. You know, we could do that as stretch goes, right? Just saying, you know, at a certain point, you get one piece. We reach a stretch goal, you'll get another piece. So you dictate, I mean, you know, all of us as producers together dictate how quickly it would be put together. You know, if the funding was there, I wouldn't mind doing the whole figure. It would still be done in pieces and put together as a Build-A-Figure. That way I could vacuum form it all together in the different pieces. And that way, when you get it, you have the fun of putting it together. And we could do alternative heads, alternative fist, or open hands like they do, you know. Just saying. We could do a different chest that has a different costume color or something. I don't know. Steve going to make Rozzy dolls for me. That's cool. Are they going to have pins in them like voodoo dolls? Just asking. I love you. Oh, and today is episode 514. If you hadn't noticed, sign up for Retro issue 1. That's been on Indiegogo. I'll be honest with you, from what I've heard from Peter Palmetti, he's working hard on it. He really is. He's streaming less and whatnot. But or maybe I'm getting things mixed up. I don't want to speak for him. It might have been Doc telling me about his own. Hey, Jonas. I was thinking doing Melvin in the form of muscle figures. Those are cool. I just, and later, maybe, I mean, I've got here's an old, what you might call a muscle figure from the 60s. And my friend sent this to me. This is like a Creature of the Black Lagoon type guy. He's pretty cool. He's like those little muscle figures, and this is from the 60s. I actually have some DC ones, but now they're on a base. They're actually on like a plastic, base. I don't like that. I wish you could see the more detail on him and whatnot. He's got a pretty neat face and abs and shorts, and but you can see the ridge, and I don't know if he has webbed. It doesn't look like he has webbed hands, but they're all like this anyway, stuck together. But yeah, these are pretty cool. I've been making them for a while, Yeah, I mean, I just I don't, I don't mind repeating what some people are doing, because I've talked about making standees. It's a price point, 99.99% of the time, it's a price point with people. What can you, and when you're talking about action figures, build a figure. You give me enough time and my brain will work it out. Not that I've been like, ooh, action figures, but I've not been sitting back going, I'll never be able to do that. No, my brain's obviously been working on it. I probably had this ideal. A lot of my ideals will go ebb and flow like the tide. I'll have it and forget about it, and have it and forget about it. And then sometimes the tide will rush in real hard and it will really boom, and I will just go, okay, we can do this. Look at that. I was late. Coffee's still up here. I haven't been drinking it. That's the only thing. I've not even taken time to take a drink. That's what a good co-host is for, so that you can take a drink and take a breath. Both are equally difficult. Creature looks like a Keshi figure. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. I would have loved something like that as a kid, and probably played with something like that as a kid. I don't mind a solid, Right now, I don't want to do exaggerated forms. I'd like to do like a cat, and those seem exaggerated to me. I do know Justin Belmont's doing his Keshi figure. Apparently, that's what they call them. The whole point of those figures was just to collect them. Yeah. It's cool. A horror punk band called Balzac would do the same thing, but a variation of the same figure every year. Yeah, it's pretty cool with those solid figures like that. Like that was the green version of that. You could do a pink version or a magenta of that, or a blue, or, I mean, that's pretty cool because it's all one solid piece. And with 3D printers, it's even become more affordable, I think. Not that it's cheap to, print on a 3D printer. And a solid figure like that, a lot easier to do. But if you chop it up like Frankenstein and do Build-A-Figure, and I'm, probably not for the prequel, okay? But starting soon. It doesn't even have to be a Devil Flyer book. You know, I've got my character book that I've had artists working some on. If I get my artwork from Vic King, and I should have a plethora of characters from him to put in there, plus what I've had Ryan and others work on, Rob Ewing. I've shown you some of that stuff. Some of it I haven't gotten the files for or whatever, but you know, Rob's been doing work for me. You know, he did one initial thing, Think Tank. There's been a few things I've kept hush hush that Rob's been working for me. Shadowhawk had sent me an earlier message. See, I don't even pay attention to the phone. This is not my God. It's a lot of people's God. You know, sorry, just is. Young people. Not all young people, though. Let's see. Rob Ewing. Oh, I got a. Why isn't this bringing this up? It's interesting. Phones being difficult. Why? Why? Because I'm live and I could stick it to Rex where it hurts. Yeah, anybody that knows me knows my phone's a piece of crap. I mean, at least my service is kind of like my internet. But yeah, Rob's been doing stuff like this. You know, the Hopper character, or that's female type, you know, Hopper character. There's, you know, and I have the black and white, and I have it in color. That's with the feet. I have one that he's done without feet there using his Code Powers Hopper. See, that would be a great magnet or sticker, you know. And also, I'm using him on a cover. You know, that's going to be on a cover. I'm having people do individual onrushing heroes and villains for a couple covers. Great title. Let's see. It would be like Batman and the Outsiders, Devil Flyer, and his Angel Squadron. Well, he doesn't. It hasn't been introduced yet, but he controls these creatures called Demon Flyers. And you won't see them in the first story, but they will be introduced in Devil Flyer #1. So there's a first appearance for you. Yeah, spoilers. See, if you ask the right questions in the chat, you will probably prize answers out of Rex, because Rex can't wait to get this material in front of you and tell you all his secrets. Now, there's some secrets that only a few select people know, like Fanta, so you can try, you know, put her to torture. That might be fun. Girls in the basement, myth, shower, chopping people up. Don't believe anything I've told you in the past. Well, some of it. Yeah, Think Tank. You know, Think Tank was one of the things. He's also working on a advertising thing for me. But yeah, Think Tank, he's worked on that. That could be a cover. In fact, he called it a cover. And did some other, you know, did the character heads and stuff. Timothy knows what I'm talking about, because, you know, Rob's worked with him on his current book, Melvin 3, which you should definitely go check out, and Melvin 0, which has been added to the campaign over on Fund My Comic. Now I've got my camera all hazy. You are way ahead of me, Rex. Oh, wait a minute. I'm behind in the chat. Looks like something DC would do in the 80s. Yeah, Melvin Zero. Yeah. But he also had a 5-page droid or can we call them droids? I'm going to call them droids. Robots? Mechanoids? I don't know. In Melvin 3, which I have not back yet, Timothy, so don't take it down. Maybe at the end of this week. I just need enough to pay for loose ends, you know. I'll be jumping on unemployment real quick. If I'm not working a full week next week, and I doubt I will be, I'll probably go over and apply for and get my waiting weekend. You know, I hate to do that. I tried a year without it last year. I did not collect unemployment, and I really probably should have. But Biden in office and sucking up all the air out of the room, trying to do my bit. I tried to make it without, and I did make it, but it was tough. It was tough. It was nigh on to impossible. Could I go out and go flip burgers and stuff? Yeah, I'm not interested in that, you know. And I'm tired of being told I'm overqualified. Happens to a genius like me all the time. Yeah, right. See, I can carry on a conversation. That's all I do. I'm here at the house. I carry on a conversation with me or Abby. You know, that's all I got to talk to. I don't talk on the phone a lot. It's a necessity. There was a few months I didn't even have my phone activated. Why? I didn't want to pay the whatever it was, you know, and I didn't have it, you know, for the last couple of months before I started working, you know, and then you got to wait a couple of weeks to get your first paycheck. And this whole year was screwed up. It took me 6 weeks to get my first paycheck before they figured out what was going on. It was crazy, you know, and before you turn around, season's over. You know, I started June 6th was my first day. Need to know that, folks. If you're going to collect unemployment, they'll ask you first day worked and last day worked. Need to know those things. I made sure I remembered this year. In this case, my Melvin would destroy Simon and Theodore. Yeah, Melvin. Darn pop-ups keep popping up. But you know, hopefully you like the Build-A-Figure idea. I don't know why people aren't doing it, you know, with their campaigns. But my mom works on this type of stuff as I sleep or do other things. And then one day you just hear the cash register, cha-ching, you can do Build-A-Figure. And I know I've had that and actually had that in notes, probably in notebooks, maybe multiple times. It's just every night it just clicks. You know, one time it clicks real hard and it's like, yeah, I want to do that. I want to officially announce that. Because I think it's doable. How am I going to do it? I don't know. Do I have a 3D printer? No. I get scathed because I have a scanner and I'm not using it. Which that scanner's not big, you know, big enough to do these large pieces with anyway. And it's a good scanner, believe me. It's a Hewlett Packard. We had Hewlett Packards at World Color, Renier. It was Kruger, Renier. They were building it up to sell it off when I started working there. They sold it to World Color. World Color back in the I think they still print. You know, it's on a contract, a contractual basis. So they have contracts come and go and come and go. It's just like out in Hollywood, right? We will buy a season and we'll buy another season. But, you know, so we've had 5 seasons for you. There's no guarantee that we'll come back for a 6th season, you know, kind of like Orville. We might go over from here to Hulu, a streaming service. it's can you get it out on time and blah, blah, blah. See, we had weekly Newsweek contracts. We did the airline books. We did the Disney catalog. But Disney could have said, you know what? We want to go. We think we could save $5 at this other printer. We're going to, after the contract that we currently have with you runs out, we're going over there and try something different. So nothing's a gimme. But yeah, I think we could do Build-A-Figures, but I would love that's something, and it could be a large character. I don't care, since we're piecemealing it. It'd be cool to get like a big Geo fist, or and maybe I'll do, make this into a big. Let me get some. I'm just throwing it out there, and maybe I should wait to talk about it. But I think it's exciting stuff. I would like to get going on it. I'm not promising a part for the prequel. I'm just wanting to get another book out this year, a prequel, and do some exciting stuff with the tchotchkes things. But we could, if the campaign's going good, I may put on a stretch goal of a Build-A-Figure piece, and I may have a, not necessarily a contest, but get some feedback from you. Which character would you like? And I'm not released really, and some characters would be off the board. I think it would have to be a simple design and not somebody like Midnight. A new character of mine, Western character, because you'd have all kinds of different stuff. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but you do want these things to look good, and not having done it before. And then there is the color issue. Also, I would think that you would want it printed solid plastic, so that you wouldn't have to color the thing afterwards after you built it. I don't know. There's stuff that I need to check out, with that. But I think we could do a Build-A-Figure character. Start off with a small part, like a hand, a fist or whatever, and then go from there. Forearm, bicep, torso, have the head, have the upper leg, the lower leg with foot, weapons, whatever comes with it, whatever, staff. And I have a few Build-A-Figures, Marvel Build-A-Figures. I have a Man-Thing. I have a T-Rex the Tamer. I have a Galactus. I have multiple ones that I haven't put together that are still in with the Build-A-Figure. Oh, I have a Jargonaut, but he's not put together. I'd have to open up all the figures, the X-Men thing from a few years ago. Not going to do that. And he's big, but I already have a Marvel Legends, the original Marvel Legends Jargonaut. I already have one. And he's big and he's heavy. There's no way in hell, unless you pay the price, that I'm shipping something that big and that heavy out to you. That would get expensive. Yes, back Devil Flyer today. I have a few ash cans left. Ryan James saying hello. Hey, Ryan. Just talking about my Build-A-Figure campaign. It's not really a campaign. It's a possibility to get an somewhat articulated action figure from Momentum Comics. To me, that's the quickest way to go about it without having like a PVC solid piece or a little cashy or muscle thing. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in doing something epic, awesome, in my comics. And that's why I hire top tier artists, which ain't expensive as hiring Frank Frazetta, but ain't cheap either. Hiring people like Rob and Dillard and Hockey and Doc, you name it, Vic, Ryan. I mean, I've had and John Fernandez, my friend, which pay him anything. He'll get all the. He's a lifetime member, He'll get everything Devil Flyer, kind of like Eric and Boyd, for winning. And then Lorenzo, I haven't forgotten you either. I haven't forgotten you. You won the mystery thing. So you will get here pretty soon. And I will probably be sending some of you. I've already sent out Pal Riders Captain America click to him. Woohoo! Only months late. But anyway, Jonas, I will get to you on your Golden Age book. One thing I've been holding back on, I haven't been able to get, I haven't pressed enough because I've been kind of busy, but getting with Rob Ewing to finish up, or he's had the charter member cards done, but there's some things I would like added to it to make it look better. So I need to get with him, and that will be one thing. If I can do it, get the printer to print up some charter member cards. And then if you received a comp copy from me, like Rob did, and Ryan did, and you didn't get a chance to back the ash can, you'll get a charter member card sent to you here probably toot sweet. Maybe we'll take a poll, maybe I'll select I think Devil Flyer would be pretty cool because he has wings, because you could have, but I don't want to drag this thing out either. But I think it's fair to say the bigger numbers I do, the more parts you get. So, you'd have to do probably pretty good numbers, but you could do at least maybe 2 parts to the figure. And I've seen some of those Build-A figures having like 9 pieces. I don't know what the average, I'd have to look, see what the average, 8 or 9 pieces. But if you did 2 a campaign, and I basically have a bunch of the prequel done. Hey, Mrs. Good Stuff. You need Steve Wooster. He's CG's top toy boy. Makes great action figures. Okay, I might have to talk to Steve Wooster. Tree Goblin. It may be the way to go. I'm open to suggestions, definitely. Carrie says, I wish shipping wasn't killer. I'd love your ash can. Shipping is the problem. Whatever your country, I know. Yeah. And, Shadowhawk probably would have gave you a copy. I probably shouldn't say that, if I sent his 5 copies that I owe him. See, I have to do some, I owe Kate 5, I owe Elsie 3, and I owe Shadowhawk 5 more copies of the ash can, which there was only 100 printed up, folks. So there's not very many left. I tried to take off the tier, I think of the 10 bundle, and was unable to do it. But I had enough to cover, and I doubt somebody wants 10 copies of it at this point. So they ask him, in fact, don't go in there and buy 10 copies, although I might be able to cover it. I'd have to do a count. I have sent out a few of late. Frankie B was last, he bought a copy not too long ago, and I sent his out the other day. And before him was Salacious Rum, and he was in the UK. That's what I was bitching about the other day. Not really bitching, but complaining about that the value of the dollar had slipped down, and my shipping was higher by more than $4 to ship to the UK. They asked him was cheaper, right, to ship. They asked, see, incomplete sentence. If that's being a grammar Nazi, then that's me, folks. I'm supposed to know what that means. I don't know. Incomplete sentence. Sorry, autocorrect. The ash can was cheaper to ship, wasn't it? Yeah, well, I mean on that I did go media. But yeah, I mean I spent over $300 on shipping, easy. By this point, maybe closer to, well, it's over $300. Now, is it $350? I don't know. And that was the whole shebang for everybody. But yeah, it wasn't cheap. My 3 international, and I've had one more international since then, I think, Salacious Rum, was totaling over $100 now that Salacious. 3 pieces cost me, when I shipped those out months ago, was $80-something. It was Switzerland that got me Tatsu's copy. But the other 2 were, and UK's went up, and probably sending, I hate that. And that's probably why I'll go with Critical Blast of Fulfillment. He could probably somehow get another, a cheaper rate down for, but I'm wanting to get people's charter members cards out to them. There might be a little extra in there. And then randomly I might seed some cards or something. Never know with me. I mean, I'm sending a card anyway. Why not send something extra? No promises. Bookmarks. If you demand it from me, I'll just sew up and say no. See, the more you demand, leave it to me. I'm really working on my giving. My giving gift. I'm trying to. Let's see. Yeah, it wasn't I sent it book right. So that's the cheapest, but that's been going up too. But is it outrageous? No. But still, it's a lot of money when you have to fulfill Ryan a whole campaign. It was still nearly 300. Let's see, initially. Oh yeah, after I get done sending out, Kate's copies and Elsie's and Shadowhawks, it'll probably be upwards to $350 or more. Just sending the cheapest way you can send it, period. And I wasn't working at the time. I actually took my tax money and some other things, some earnings maybe off eBay. I don't remember exactly how I did, but it hit. And I was in a rush to get it out. I'll be honest with you, because I thought it was delayed, not throwing any aspersions anywhere, not getting into that. Why it might have been delayed and all that. Oh, hey, Ryan, thought you earlier in the smile because someone said there's some magic warm-up drawings. They didn't answer when I asked how long it would take them to draw Columbo. Yeah, I was thinking a female Columbo-like character. I have Nora Gray, which is a British sort of sleuth and detective. How about a female trench coat wearing Columbo character? American. We can do that. Oh yeah, I got to mail off to him, but I am mailing to him dead last because, again, Europe. Yeah. Yeah, you got one international that you got to mail to? Yeah. Yeah. Columbo. I don't think so. I mean, it's just taking the concept of a Columbo, of course, having the cigar in his hand, and he always put, is it smoking or was it smoking? I haven't watched Columbo in a while, but he was like, just one more thing, just touch the middle of his forehead. Eric Rex is reading the chat tonight for a change. Yeah, well, I try. But he's got sand in his vagina. Wow. I could have did without that comment. I would rather say grit in my posterior. How's that? No, I don't even want to say that. Shut up, Tree Godwin. Put your children to bed. They should already be in bed. I mean, it's late as it is over there. They should have already been in bed. It's probably school night coming up. Come on. Now, I know something that would get Gable Pennyshot on board. Do a bog Build-A-Figure. BBF. A bog Build-A-Figure. Now, I personally would like that. I'm watching a couple of Columbo episodes a day. Wow. Right now, I'm binging watching Time Tunnel. And I watched one of the newer Star Wars, The Last Jedi, again. You know, say what you will about it's still dealing, The Last Jedi, it's still dealing with large epic arcs, whether it makes sense or whatever. I mean, it's still dealing with these larger than life operatic type. And I get some ideas from that stuff. Absolutely. My mind kind of goes, well, what if this? And I come up with stuff, and that's great. That's what I like. I like to be inspired. I told you I was into Columbo. Yeah. Yeah, I like Columbo back in the day. Sometimes I fell asleep. All I ever dream about is Bog and Mr. Muck team me up to beat up Melvin. Well, they'd have to go to the future for that, which in my, it could be done. It could be, I don't want to write it, but, that's because I'm like Ethan. It's like, to a certain degree, it's like all I want to do is work on my stuff. Okay. I want to keep a pretty tight rein on it, for now. I mean, I'm in the infancy stage, folks, and I'm already talking about, glow in the dark covers and Build-A-Figures, and you don't see me sitting around sucking my thumb though and saying, well, I can't do this, I can't do that, or I'm going to do, I mean, my last little ash can, which was a quantum leap forward for this old man. Yeah, I said it. Still was able and out. I didn't get anything extra, but I delivered, folks, not only the book, double the size of what it was initially supposed to be, 24 pages, 2 magnets. I'm going to brag a little bit. Sorry. 2 trading cards and 3 bookmarks. And one of them was just Eric says, oh, I like that. Well, we could throw it in again. Well, that costs. Everything you throw in cost. I didn't do stretch goals. It's like, at the end, what would you like to see? Amanda B says, I like magnets. Okay. I found out how to give her not only 1, but 2 glorious magnets. And I have others. I'm already thinking about die cut magnets and stuff. But the funds have to be there. And I know they will be. Get the Golem from Pariah in there, and now we're talking. Well, we've talked about that. The Bog and Golem probably will meet. I and Doc's already working on that, just like I and Apex are working on Filmbat meeting Devil Flyer. Melvin would put both of those characters in a coffin, so whatever. Well, I'm here to announce, sorry, Timothy, that Timothy will never be on this show again. He's not welcome. And, of course, I'm just kidding. But, come on, Timothy. We know you're just, trying to save face. Yeah, maybe Melvin would. I don't know. I have not read his books yet. But I will. 1 and 2. I did back it. And The Ashcan by Andy. And just to let you know, because I know that was dedicated, Timothy Olsen, to Andy A. he was still on my Twitter, and I had messaged and shared with him, and he'd shared back from time to time, sent him links or whatever. I believe he came on the 4 o'clock shadow. I know he's been on my channel, I think. I mean, there's been a lot of people that have never been on my channel. But I think Andy was probably more than once, I believe, and showed us some stuff. But recently, I don't know, about a week ago or something, I said something like, Andy, I remember you. You're gone, but not forgotten. Something like that. And I sent a message to him on Twitter. You know, it did my soul a lot of good. In fact, I'm kind of choking up thinking about it. You know, might send him another one. Rex is a necromancer, confirmed, talking to the dead. Well, I wouldn't say that. I hope Andy is in a better place. He is the creepy, let's see, trying to scare people away from his business. I just wish Rex put in more bookmarks in his campaign. Wow. Okay. Well, Gable, you will be able to purchase original artwork done by me, original bookmark artwork. That's always been a plan ever since Caroline, aka Ice Queen, said that she would buy an original artwork bookmark. And good news, Gable, most of them are a bog. Not all of them, but most of them are a bog. So if you wanted some cheaper original artwork of Bog or some other character on a bookmark. And I don't do commissions really well. So will I do it? That's why I'm getting some of this stuff out of the way and just have it done. I'm doing what I can. And the bookmarks too. I'll eventually get back to the bookmarks because I have a bunch of those cut out already, pre-cut already. Although I was kind of going through them. I may need to cut out some more. But I miss Ice Queen. Yeah, I haven't seen her. She's probably sleeping now. She's over in the UK. I thought of a necromancer name for Rex, but it just sounds wrong. I bet you did, Timothy. Timothy, I don't know what got up your ass or into you like a parasite at a very young age. You have a very snarkiness about you. A sort of a twisted sense of humor. Other than that, you're a very nice guy. And I'm not even saying that doesn't make you a nice guy at all. But I know I'm parsing my words here. You know, behind the scenes, I'll talk to him behind the scenes. Yeah. Female hopper bookmark. That could be. But now I will not do it like the ash can. I will probably have stretch goals. But you got to get funded first, you know. And my mind's already blown, and I've not even launched the prequel, but it's coming. I have some stuff to get to Tanner. Tanner's going to be building the campaign for me. Some stuff to talk over with him. I'll be getting on that this week, this next week, and still lining up people to interview and stuff. Disavow Tim also. You disavow yourself? Is that what you're saying? Well, we already know what happens when you do to any commission. Well, we already know what happens when you do to any commissions. Sorry, I'm a twisted individual. Sometimes I disavow Rex too. When I look in the mirror all the time. Persecution pride complex. I don't know. Yeah, I have a character called the Twisted Man. There's a drawing of him up there. He's not far out of my thoughts. Sorry, I mean too many. Gotta go do my rounds. Oh, he was listening while he was doing security work. Later, Apex. Everyone, Hell CG, he is having a very late I think 2:30 tomorrow night stream, 2:30 a.m. in the morning. So technically it's not tomorrow, right? I mean, I don't know. It'd be in the next day. It'd be like going into Tuesday, wouldn't it? Anyway, whatever it is, go check that out. Spoke to Mark from Golden Era. He said issue 6 of Golden Era Comics Presents should be available in 2 months if all goes as planned. That's cool. Now you can help by looking down in the description, and Golden Era 5 is still available with the first appearance of Mr. Muck. It is printed on demand, and I doubt there's been that many copies printed. It's still going to be a low, minuscule run. I bought 4 copies very easily, and money ain't cheap. Money ain't cheap in this household. Eric and Boyd, so do a stream promoting Golden Era would be a golden stream. Wow. Yeah. Well, the link is down in the description to find the Golden Era Comics Presents. I believe you still can get all 5 issues over there. I need to get 1 through 4 and just get caught up on it, because I do like some Golden Era type stuff. And if you do, I like not only did, yes, that's a P joke. You know it is. Thanks for the plug, the butt plug. Got both of them in there, the P and the plug. Anyway, I shouldn't talk like that, especially on Sunday. Disavow, yeah. Although funny, Mark, the editor publisher, does not share that same sense of humor as Timothy else. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, if you like Golden Age artwork, not only did I get to work and make any of this possible, that was the acorn. And that's exactly how I told John, who is my neighbor over here, which I do not see as much as I should. And I will see, okay, Shadowhawk says I'm back and be there in a minute. Now we're all doomed to destruction. But I will be getting with John here pretty soon. There's some new David Tennant for 3 episodes, Doctor Who, coming out. I think I saw maybe next month or something in October. Coming up on the 60th in November, latter November, coming up on the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who. I hope what they say is true, that they discovered some new episodes that have long since been gone. And I think it's confirmed that one of my favorite pirate smuggling historical stories with the first Doctor is being colorized even. Wow. Not only just, for a special 60th anniversary. And if anybody deserves to have this, besides animation, this may be the first time that the first Doctor's been colorized. So I hope they do a good job of it. They probably will. I hope they just found the whole damn the episode. I hope. No. You had no idea, Timothy Olsen. Just letting you know, if it goes into a stream, it doesn't go same direction. My humor is timeless, though. It was funny to me. My humor leaves people thinking, what the hell? Well, what humor are you talking about, Timothy? You're not funny at all. You just think you are. Anyway, moving on. Now, see, that was fun. I didn't even know why I mentioned it. Sorry, Tim. Yeah, don't get him started. You get his crankshaft going, and he might, go from, for days. Timothy's got us all fooled, folks. He's actually dark side or Emperor Palpatine, I find your faith in the Force, in the Sith Lords, disturbing. Yeah. Timothy looks like mild-mannered Clark Kent, but without the glasses, of course. But then he gets in the chat and he's as surly as, a rattlesnake in your pants. Speaking of rattlesnakes, oh,
Hello. What's happening, guys?
did you bring us? Did you post your pictures on Instagram yet of the doggy wash?
No, not yet. I'll post those in a little while.
I am the funniest person you will ever know. Well, then I'm doomed.
Oh yeah.
If Timothy Olsen is then kill me now in Minecraft, of course.
Timothy, I love you, brother, but I don't know. I don't know if you're that funny.
Yeah. Let's talk about how unfunny Timothy Olsen really is.
No.
Oh, wow. We'll be here for hours. So let's don't do that. I told you up front, enter at your own risk today. Yeah, what did you think about my Build-A-Figure ideal, Shadowhawk? I think I've shared that with you before. But
I like the idea, Rex, but I think where you're going wrong on your thinking. No, well, sorry about that, but I think where you're going wrong on your thinking is you're like, you can start off small with a hand and then an arm, but you're gonna have to design the whole figure, get it all figured out, and then blown apart into pieces. Right. I mean, it's a big process, bro.
Yeah, you're saying I'll need to design it all out and get a prototype,
right? And then you have to have them. You have to have them separated into either 6 or 7 pieces or whatever,
and have the modes.
Mm-hmm.
Or well, I guess with 3D you don't need a mode; you just need a file, right?
Yeah, you can. Well, you can 3D model your mold, and then but you will still need a mold once you start making the physical toys.
Eric says the Build-A-Figure ideal sounds great, but in reality will probably be too cost prohibitive, in my opinion.
That's where I'm agreeing with Eric. I
am here to prove you wrong. We will make it happen.
Let's do it, Rex.
Let's do it. But I cannot do it without the support of people. And so,
well, I'm here for you, my friend.
I know you are. You would carry me on your back,
and full of dog hair, but I'm here for you.
Right, I have plenty of dog hair too. If you want me to send you a sacker full of Abby's hair,
I can send you a Build-A-Dog figure.
I cannot separate the dust from it, but most of it would probably be dander and dog hair. But around here, but I can sell some of her DNA. You could one day be cloned, maybe from that dog hair. So it's very valuable. I will send you some on the next campaign if you pay me enough money. I've got plenty around.
There she is. There's the pretty clean girl.
She's soft too. Look at her.
Oh yeah.
Put that head down. She likes that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Answer to making. Okay, I got it. Do you know Steve Wooster?
I know the name. I did not know that he was a.
I'll talk to him maybe and see if it's feasible, even doable.
Yeah,
I've not checked into it.
Or Eric Hupfuls, he does the Keshi figures, like
oh yeah,
Justin Belmont's getting ready. Yeah, or you could start off small, Rex. Do a Keshi, before we dive into the friggin' action figure market that's going to cost millions of dollars. Oh.
Yeah, I kicked myself. I didn't want to hear it, but when I kick myself, I can still hear you. So that didn't work.
I thought
I don't want to do a Keshi.
Okay.
I don't want to do a Keshi.
Well, fine then, mister.
No. I want to go big or go home.
You got to be all fancy.
I want to go epic in everything I do.
All right, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yeah. I want to go big or bankrupt.
Well, you could probably do both.
Yeah, I could probably do both right. There have been a lot of people do that in comics.
It'd probably be pretty easy to do both.
Yeah. Rex
anyway, what have I been missing?
EVS is a friend of mine. You, sir, are no EVS.
Oh my!
I have no EVS, but I would think that you could still with cheaper 3D, which is not cheap.
That's a bold statement there, Eric.
Yeah, well, I don't mind the bold statement.
No. But
yeah, that's what I say. F it, do it. Absolutely. Make a figure and say F you world. Absolutely.
There you go,
Now,
Tim.
there is reality. But yeah, if you can get the prototype made.
Well, dude, you know what? I mean, it depends how, how crazy do you want to go? I mean, look at PTP, Patrick Thomas Parnell. He put out the Johnny Phantasm figures. For what they are, they're more like G.I. Joe or Star Wars figures from back in the day. Only like 5 points of articulation, but they're still very cool, very awesome figures.
Well, Tree Goblin, do you have any contact with Steve Wooster that you can drop in the chat or something that I can save and maybe, contact him? I have no idea how to get in contact with him.
Nah, you just
Tree Goblin's getting in the shower. So, yeah, maybe he can drop that before he gets in the shower. You've stunk all day.
Well, we'll have to
find a little bit longer and
we'll check Steve down. I know I've seen him in chats.
We'll track him down. We'll shoot
but I did not know that he was
put him on Mara Mantle
figure designer or what have you. So cool.
You too can worship Satan and be like PTP. Wow.
First, geez, come on now.
To the sex dungeons as well.
I was just talking about the toys there. Jeez,
yeah. I think what PTP has put out with the card artwork and everything is awesome. I love what Ethan is doing. I like what everybody else is doing with the muscle figures and the catchies and whatnot. I couldn't care less. I couldn't give an F. It's not me. It's not Momentum Comics. I will support those guys as much as it goes. But will I support Cyberfrog at the expense of producing my vision? No. Will I support PTP or any of you other inglorious bastards, as Tank Ferret would call you, over Momentum Comics? No, I wouldn't.
Well, that's just common business sense, right?
Right. I mean, I have actually.
I mean, no one can expect you to put someone else's campaign ahead of yourself when you're trying to.
I have supported what I can and probably too much. Probably
exactly.
Too many. And probably every available penny should have went to Momentum.
Exactly. But I kind of feel the same way. I mean, I do love supporting everybody and I love participating in the auctions and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, my own project has been languishing, and I could have put a lot of that money towards my own thing. So yeah, it's definitely a juggling act,
Yeah, it is. And but I've said from the very beginning, I can't expect, and maybe they won't. Okay. When I came into it, I thought, I wasn't to the unrealistic fact that, hey, if I back Cyberfrog, then Ethan will come over and back my book. No. I was thinking more of people that like that type of stuff, and and that doesn't even translate into that. But if no one can say that I have not tried to be supportive in my way.
No, exactly. No, again.
In fact, I would have probably been more supportive. Not only have I bought books and projects that weren't like I bought Allie's book of Wild Man back here on Etsy long before her Butch Cleaver came out. Was it? No, it wasn't Butch Cleaver. It was Egg Beater. No, I didn't buy Egg Beater. I did buy her Wild Man novel, her first book.
That's cool.
I have supported artists and given them commissions, as you know, into the thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah,
And
no,
that's my way. That's my main way
mm-hmm.
to support myself and the CG community in large. If I bought your book, feel blessed, and if I have not backed your book, it's nothing personal. It's just I have my own vision and books to get out. Now, the moment that I
Or maybe you just suck.
become independently wealthy or a little bit better financially off, absolutely I will back more projects. Yes, it was egg beat off. Make a figure and they will come. Yes, build it and they will come. Right. Even if they don't come, maybe you'll get a hand, and that will be a monument. Or should I start? I didn't want to start off with the head, the face.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe start with the head, because that way, if nothing else ever comes of it, at least you got a head.
What's that?
Yeah, but then you're, I want them to wait on the head.
Okay.
You got a hand the first time, and then maybe a head for the second. You got to keep them on the hook, Shadowhawk. People are
maybe the head should be like the last piece, right?
Well, I don't know about the last piece, but it should be,
or
down the road.
Maybe second to last.
Because everybody's going to want the head.
Well, yeah.
And with Devil Flyer, if I did do Devil Flyer, I could do 2 variant heads.
Yeah, you could do
one
the 2
like
different.
He appeared, and then one my original design that John deviated from.
Yes.
I am giving you grief today, Rex, but seriously, if you have dreams and aspirations of making all this, go for it. I just hope it isn't something that will break you financially. Well, everything's breaking me financially. What else is new?
And I mean, that's always the risk, right? I mean, do you go for it, or do you,
Well, like I said, I'm not talking about adding maybe if, we'll see how the prequel goes. If we get up high enough and I can, maybe, we'll see. Maybe a small piece, like a weapon,
I think,
or something.
Exactly.
I don't know. With Devil Flyer, it would be the Trident. Now, how cool would that be?
That would be cool
to get a Trident.
Oh, dude, you could even make it like a little mini lightsaber or something, where it lights up and makes noises and shit. That'd be kind of cool.
We went. Well, I like your thinking out of the box. I do like your thinking out of the box. We're talking bankruptcy here, and you shifted mode from, I don't know if it's going to be costly. And then you're like, ooh, wouldn't it be cool if, see, this is why I like this guy. Because he's like, oh, and it could have lights.
I get swept up swept up in things. Yeah, sure. Of course it would have to glow. It would have to be blacklight reactive.
Jeez, man. This guy is one extreme to the other. Even without the bourbon. He washes his dog, and all of a sudden he's Caesar or Napoleon.
Hey, now, I'm not that
You
short.
know why Napoleon kept his hand in his coat all the time? He had a very long nose. He was scratching his nose. I'm just saying.
Oh, I thought he was scratching his balls.
A good thing this isn't. I try and keep it family oriented, but get blown out of the water every day, folks. Sorry.
Oh my.
Oh my. Yeah. Itchy and scratchy. Just saying. We would have to settle on a figure. And Devil Flyer would be pretty cool, but maybe there's not interest in Devil Flyer. I mean, he's not the only. I mean, he's kind of the
dude. I mean, I'm a huge fan of.
Hey, Trusty.
What do you call Retro Silver Boa? I think he.
Oh yeah, yeah. You could
awesome.
do the guns.
Dude, that would be an awesome figure.
Yeah.
Bog, of course. I mean, Bog is dude. He's got to be like your flagship character. I mean, Bog is just he's the shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, really have more developed on Bog than any other character because that's what initially I was
I
going
know, and I
you
know
know.
that. I mean, Devil
But now
Flyer
there's
is like your main guy, but Bog is like Bog is Bog, dude. You know, he's
yeah, I get
some.
it. I mean, but I have other great characters. I'd love to see Geo as a big hulking figure too. I mean,
Oh,
there's
dude,
a lot of
Geo would be fucking sweet. Like the
yeah.
size of Badrock. Did you see the
But
Badrock figure
I'm
that I
telling
had?
you, this one piece here, it'll have to be inked, probably to reproduce. But I've actually been organizing some of this stuff together, and Tucson would be pretty cool. I need to do some more.
Two-tone would be cool.
Yeah, and then you know what? You could probably do the same character of Silver Boa and give him a retro look pieces or the modern look.
Yeah, I think it probably would be pretty easy, except you might have to change like the leg mold, because you got like the jodhpurs or whatever
Well,
they
you
call
got
that.
the pouches, yeah.
Yeah,
But now the basic design's pretty much the same, as far
yeah,
as the scaling on the inside of the legs and on the outside of the arms. But yeah,
yeah.
maybe
You
it'd be
may even be able to do all that with accessories. Use the
but
same mold
but
for both of them and
but
just change.
Zigzag, my speedster, is kind of like the mascot, not Bog.
Right.
Yeah. He's kind of like this.
Well, we got to see more of Zigzag at some point.
Yeah. Well, I have reference for him now, and you gotta see. Look, you've seen very little of any of my characters. We're going on word of mouth now.
Oh, bro, I did. Well, I mean, I've seen
I
a
produced one
ton.
little ash can, but believe me, I'm
I've
going to
seen
produce a
a
lot more.
ton of your characters that probably other people haven't seen, and I mean, I'm the tip of the iceberg on the Momentum universe.
Oh yeah,
So,
there's a bunch of characters you have not seen.
no,
You've not
I
seen,
know.
besides this one postcard that I made back in
And I'm one
2000.
of the privileged few that has backstage access, and I still haven't seen a ton of
Right.
stuff.
But do you know
So,
some of the storylines? Like Zob. You've not seen Zob
nope.
except on this postcard. Or maybe I showed the canvas I did with him on it. I'm looking. And so I'm happy that slowly but surely my female roster is growing. You know, that I created Midnight. I can't wait till Midnight's just going to be. She's a good period piece character. She'll come to the future. I guarantee you that. She won't stay back in the 1800s. I'm looking for the one Geo piece. This is one, which that could be cut out and just put on a. This could be an awesome thing to put on a. I was looking for the pencil piece though. That's definitely going to become a t-shirt.
Crap. I think my battery's dying, Rex. I gotta go. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Have a great night, everybody. Look, if you want to, we can get back together later, Rex, but I gotta go plug in. My phone's dying on me.
Gotcha.
All right. Good night, everybody. Love you.
All right. Let me catch up with the chat. Oh, Eric is gunning for the crown and giving you grief. Okay, Trusty Sidekick came in, and Shadowhawk left. The trident absolutely must change color in water. If not, forget about it. Why bother? Yeah. Well, you would think that would be more akin to my Aquaman type character, which is Sea Demon, right? That has the color change type things. I know you're halfway joking there, but maybe you aren't. Yeah, and color change, I don't know. Definitely color change is pretty cool. I have some Hot Wheels and things like that when you get them wet, they color change. Can't expect characters to be a household name off the bat. Absolutely. I understand that. Hopefully here pretty soon. It'll be next year, but working on it now. Can't wait till Ryan starts working on Midnight because Ryan, you want to come in here? I'll just send you the link, bro. And we can talk behind the scenes after the stream if you have time. I'll send you via X. It's no longer Twitter, folks. I will send you the link. I've thoroughly had a vision. You either go big or you go home. Am I trying to compete with EVS? No, not really. Although we are competitors, but he ain't worried about me, as we'd say in the South. Ain't is slang. It's in the Urban Dictionary, but it's not proper English. Look, if you go down the slippery slope, Timothy Olsen hasn't figured this out yet, and others. If you use improper English, that will probably run over into your comics. I can't wait to read his and shred it and tear it apart and give a scathing review for Melvin 1 and 2. No, I'm sure it's going to be cool. I probably won't stream tonight. I covered the weekend. I still have a couple things to find for eBay. Even if I found that to get and got those things ready to ship off, trying to finish the laundry, trying to get caught up, trying to organize. I've actually found some collectibles and some other, found a crossword and find a word book that I gotten for my mother for Christmas. So I'll take those over to her tomorrow. That will do her some good because I took her something, and I've got a couple other things to take her as well. But here's Mr. Octagon, Mr. Ryan James.
Hey, everybody.
EVS is massive. Well, we're not talking about his waistline, Tree Goblin. Yeah, I mean, Ryan, you know what I'm saying, right? We're both in competition with EVS, Patrick Parnell, Andy Smith. Everybody that wants to jump in the game, right?
I don't think so at all. Like, I do not think at all that we're in competition and like any kind of like bickering or arguing or whatever. Like, it just hurts us, like.
I agree with that point, but are you trying to sell your book?
Absolutely.
Are you selling your book? Well, I'm going to answer. You sell your book to people who have backed Cyberfrog stuff, because I'm one of them. Shadowhawk's another one. And there's many of your backers, I'm sure, that have backed Ethan as well, and others. So are you selling to the same crowd? Yes. Are you a flea on a big dog's back? Maybe. He got choked up over that.
Sorry, I was taking a hit.
Taking a hit. It was a fat joke, yes.
Like, I would like to, eventually, like, thank Ethan for
absolutely,
like the platform that I sort of like piggybacked onto a little
absolutely
bit.
Me too.
But like, that being said, like,
did he invent it like Al Gore the internet? No, but
that being said, like, I don't feel like a flea. Like, I feel like
I like how you Jen Psaki'd and circled back to that. That was good.
Okay, like, for example, like, with or without Comicsgate, Octagon definitely would have happened. Like, I started drawing Octagon like a year before I even knew about Comicsgate. Like it took me like 2 years to draw Octagon.
Right.
Because I was working, I was just getting started. You know what I mean? There was trial and error.
Gable says, do you think the CG audience is growing, shrinking, or mostly staying the same? I think it's growing. I think it's healthy. I think there are some unhealthy things within it, but I think for the most part, it's doing well. Everybody's going to have to find their legs. You know, they're going to have to take it in stages.
I think the independent comic market is growing, and the Comicsgate market is also growing. Like they're both growing at the same time.
Yeah, right. And I mean, just like the Cryptiddles, they're already in comic book shops. So is Titan, Mouse of Power, or whatever it's called. So is War Party. There are CG books being put in local comic book shops. Now that might not be a big thing, and I've heard some even people reticent that, oh, I don't think we should. Why limit yourself? If I could sell it at Sonic, I would sell it at Sonic. Does that mean I'm a bitch, a whore? Does that mean that I would whore myself out just to any? No, you have to protect your IP. But at the same thing, you need new eyeballs. Always be looking for new eyeballs.
Yeah.
On your stuff.
Like I don't just ask, CG creators to back my book. You know what I mean? Like I also get on Instagram. I have 2,500 followers, or no, I don't even know. It's almost 3,000 followers on Instagram, and I that crowd doesn't cross pollinate at all. Like that crowd's mostly Kickstarter, and they've never even heard of Comicsgate. You know what I mean? Right or left.
Tree Goblin says crowdfunding is down this year. Can't remember the exact number I read, but it was substantial. Was that Indiegogo? Because there is Fund My Comic and there is Kickstarter and other platforms. I absolutely agree with Eric and Boyd. Says the economy has been a major deterrent all around. Increased shipping costs. The list goes on. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And we're shilling a luxury item.
Yeah. A boutique item.
Boutique, luxury, whatever you want to call it. It's not necessary
I agree.
to live. Yes, you need good mental stimulation, but you could go in the dark and find it somewhere. I don't know. According to Mr. Dong's report, if you remove EVS and Richard C. Meyer, CG funding is down 26% from last year. And I think that's because of what Eric was talking about, the economy, and it may be, I'm sure it's a number of factors, Carrie says, Ryan, did you see, I thought of you earlier when someone said warm up drawing a Columbo. Never answered me when I said, how long would it take? I can't hear warm up without hearing your thoughts.
Okay, so what was the question?
I don't know. Out of all that, I think she's saying, how long would it take to do a drawing of Columbo, I guess.
Oh, how long would it take to do a drawing of Columbo?
Yeah, and
it depends on how detailed it is. If I just did it in my style, I could do it in a couple of hours, on a regular sized piece of paper, you know what I mean? Something that's not too big or whatever.
Well, there was
yeah, go ahead.
No, I shouldn't have cut you off. Sorry.
For my campaign, I did $20 head sketches, and those took me like 2 a day I was doing, but I was doing them super elaborate because I want my readers like me. And some of them picked one person picked Marlene Dietrich, so I drew her and 5x7. That took me 4 hours maybe.
Yeah. Yeah,
I hope
you
that
did
answers
full
your question.
drawings. You didn't do just head sketches, or I've seen Ethan do like Salamandroid or
Like an inked drawing
Cyberpunk.
in my style, like not a bunch of shading, not like crazy photorealistic or something, you know.
Right. Tree Goblin says it was based on how much CG made collectively this year compared to the last. And isn't Richard C. Meyer, your boy Zach, isn't he like probably funding less as well? Because he's kind
Yeah.
of sporadic.
And he like
And he
sold his
has
comic for
kicked
like
some
$1.
people off. Although I think people have thin skin, I have only good things to say about Richard C. Meyer.
He sold. I think his last campaign he sold for $1.
Oh, okay.
Your boy Zach. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was his very last campaign, but this like maybe his second to last. Like literally, it was $1. I'm not kidding.
No one told me. Nobody turns me on to good deals, Ryan. What the hell?
Ethan, what if you were listening to? I heard it on his show.
I've been busy. See, that's my fault. He puts it all on my shoulders. I accept personal responsibility. Absolutely. I probably should listen to more of Ethan.
You should listen to Ethan, dude. That's your problem.
Well, if you wouldn't be bogus and hogging the bong and would pass it over here to me, I probably
who you can listen to too is John Malin.
I'd probably
Like,
stone out and just listen to Ethan when he's streaming. Zach never liked the CG chat. We make him very nervous. Probably. Look, bro, he does have, what is it, PTSD, whatever, you know. Who knows what's going on with the guy, you know? I mean, he's obviously sort of introverted.
There's a bunch of creators that have made a lot of money that like aren't CG too. Like, you know, Eric July is the obvious example, you know, but like I like a couple of guys like this one guy, like his name's like Jonathan Peugeot, and he's like he's like a Orthodox Christian guy. He does like iconography and stuff, and like his book like made, it was like called The Dog-Faced God or something like that. It made
I was
about
following that. Yeah,
it made like a couple $100,000.
But now he had like Eric July. He had a big following before he crowdfunded, a big following. But yes, I did see that. It come out of nowhere and made millions.
Well, it didn't come out of nowhere. That guy's
okay.
With,
well, I mean, to the CG crowdfunding community.
To the crowdfunding crowd might have come out of nowhere, but that guy is friends with. It has a link to us, like, so that guy's friends with Jonathan, who's the Canadian guy, and then Ethan did illustrations in his book.
Well, yeah, I mean, but
Joe Rogan.
More the point, Ryan, couldn't give a damn about any of that, but fine.
Are you serious? Like, why would you give a damn about like all the things that are like making money in independent comics?
Well, no, I mean, you make a good point. If you put in those factors, then really crowdfunding's up. Because I mean,
I think so.
Eric July on his first book made like, now I don't know, was that this year or last year? $6 million, and then the other one's not done as well, but it's still made millions.
One of them's this year.
So if you factor all that in, but I get it. It's probably, but there's also more people joining, which is a good thing, and dipping their toe in to vie for a piece of that pie, that crowdfunding pie as well. But yeah, I get the bottom line. Is it up or is it down? You know, she'll let you know real quick. Intense Webs in the house saying greetings early. Earthlings. Zach just wants to take shots of the same mainstream creators in the culture war, but removing stuff from the culture war. A real lot of people don't like that. I get it. I don't, talk about comics themselves, the creation of comics. I try not to get too much into the culture war. So does that mean people need to start crucifying me and turning against me because I'm not vocal enough. Believe me, I hate the culture, the way it's going and what it's doing to people. And I could talk at nauseum length and probably get banned off YouTube for life. I hate it so much, but I try not to focus on that. If I do, I'll never get anything out.
Rex, I hope you see that I'm saying the opposite. Like, that you shouldn't be attacking anybody. That spend your time on attacking like the crazy ass stuff coming in from the left. You know what I mean? And like, why other creators? Like, even if you don't like the guy, who cares, dude? You're an artist. You're not a critic. You know what I mean? Like, you don't go after other people. They don't go after you. And if they go after you, who cares, dude? You're above it. You're above that sort of stuff.
Right. Well, I would love to be like the creator Lumina Vox. I thought what he did was very classy, and I will say it again and again and again. Now, Shadowhawk said he read it and he wasn't that impressed for it. It wasn't for him. I mean, not that he wasn't impressed by it, but he was a little bit late, a couple years late, but so what? Some people have, and he was doing a big, thick book and doing it all himself. He did a second book that was almost as thick and gave it away free. Why? Because he had about a $50,000 campaign. That's classy. And I thought it was cool. He didn't have to do that, but he did. And I've seen other people in CG do that. I've seen Jason Bascom do it with all his stickers and clingies and all like that for being late on Absolute just a little bit. It bothered me. He just kept adding, and I don't think you should necessarily do that, but that's pretty cool. That says I care. I think it's like Shadowhawk says, if you give updates, that's probably here. Hear me out. Go for it. Carrie is trying to get Eric mad at me. Do not engage him. Ryan is giving sound advice. What do you think about my Build-A-Figure ideal, Ryan?
If we're fighting each other, if let's say the statistic on how much inner fighting was there last year before the year before versus how much money was made. You know what I mean? Like try to look at it from that angle.
I don't want to. You put way too much thought into this thing, Ryan, I think. People are going to be people. And you know what? I might be a nice guy one day, but I mean, human nature is I might be a real dick the next.
You and I should get along so awfully.
Well, I mean, I hope that with anyone, Ryan, if I ever offended them, if I ever did anything wrong, that they would be man or woman enough to come to me directly and say, Rex, that hurt my feelings, or Rex, we need to make this right. In fact, scripturally speaking, and that to me is the final authority, you're to go to that person quickly and make it right. Now, affinity, I just don't think there's any making it right with that guy because he's off his nutter. He reports people, and yeah, I mean, that's the best way I can put it. I wish him all the best. Personally, there's part of me that likes the guy and wants to like him, but oil and water don't mix. And if he don't bite you today, he's that inconsistent dog. If he doesn't bite you today, he'll bite you tomorrow. You never know when the guy's going to go all feral on you. So I can deal without that inconsistency. I'm inconsistent enough as it is. Yeah. I'm trying to get you to,
but for me, like I would just never say like, this guy's late, this book sucks, like, look, this guy's effing up now, he's got to get it together, like stuff like that. Like, just focus on yourself. Like, just worry about like what, stay in your lane. Like, I've heard like a couple of like, CG creators like saying like, you know, like really emphasize like be professional, and they like really weren't. You know, I was like, what the hell? You know
what I
mean?
have learned, Ryan, is that there's a lot of people within this movement. They don't know. They don't act professional in their daily lives. In fact, they've never been a professional and done any of this professionally. They don't know actually how to be professional.
Just think you're a professional gangster, okay? Like, well, let's say you're a professional mobster, okay?
All right,
and
well,
then you're standing on the corner, or you're in the Flamingo Club or whatever, and you're like pointing at another mobster, and you're like, "Look at this guy, what a schmuck!" Blah 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 blah. Do you think that's a good idea? Really? Is that going to help your business? You know what I mean? Like, unless there's an ulterior motive behind that, you know what I mean? Like, dude, you should probably shut up.
Right, exactly. And some people think that that's not going to carry over or translate to the bottom dollar. And the bottom dollar, it really, you're taking that production money from people, which is a sacred trust, right? Because we've seen people grab the money and run off with it and never produce a thing.
How many people have you seen Todd McFarlane go after?
I don't care, Ryan.
The answer is 0, dude. Life
is too short. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
It'd be like an elephant squishing an ant. Why would you do that?
Gable Pinshot says Todd loves fighting. He was sued several times. That's true.
I mean, I'll just go piss in the wind if that's your answer back. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
Well, don't piss in the wind, because that's called a golden shower, and that won't go
obviously
well.
That's not what I mean. You know,
okay.
Like I know,
right? I got you. You know, you're talking about
me. Neil Gaiman too, if I was him.
But let's face it, Ryan. I've met enough people, and I'm not ever going to name names or whatever. There's a lot of people, they don't know what professionalism is. Even if you looked at, huh?
That's my point.
But I mean, Phantologic, Phantasmagorical, you know, you might have heard of it. She says, "You do you, boo." And a lot of people do them. And that's, Ryan, I'm not your worst enemy. You're the worst enemy in the mirror. No, not me. I just said not me.
Oh, you mean the proverbial you?
Well, Rex, the person staring back at him in the mirror every day, meaning me, myself, and I, right? All three of us.
Yeah.
I'm my worst enemy. And you're your worst enemy. And Eric is his own worst enemy, and Timothy definitely is his own worst enemy. and Gable Pinshot, well, I mean, let's just say it. I mean, you know, Timothy's like, he shield, and there's I wish everybody would shield, kind of like Timothy, you know. And I'm kind of cracking a joke there, you know, but sometimes he does hit you over the head with it.
No, I like your constructive criticism. I hope he appreciates it.
Right. And that's another great subject there, Ryan. Sticking with this, is that some people cannot take constructive criticism. They get butthurt too often, too easily. They take it personally.
I'm not a big Joe Rogan fan. Like, I don't really like it, a lot of the stuff, but I like where he's like, you've got to conquer your inner bitch. Like, that's what you got to do. You got to conquer your inner bitch. You got to say to your inner bitch, like, no, I
divorced my inner bitches. Now, there's a bastard in there, but not a bitch. You know, I once had somebody call me a dick, and I said, well, you're a pussy. I'd rather be a dick than a pussy.
You sound like, yeah, that's funny.
I thought,
never mind.
At the time, yeah, it shut him up. We were both vying for the same woman. I wound up marrying her, and she was my second wife.
Yeah.
So,
who won?
I did, of course.
Oh, okay.
We are the champions, my friend. I'm still
glad
here
you
to
still
tell the
think
tale.
that, you know?
And he's
Like,
buried
no
in
regret.
a shallow grave in Minecraft.
What, her
I didn't
ex?
touch the guy. I disavow. You didn't hear anything.
You know, my roots on my like mom's side, they're like from this, you know, like my grandma was from Missouri because
Oh,
like
Tim.
and I only say that because like her dad was like killed under mysterious circumstances. Like he was shot in a air quote hunting accident.
Yeah. You gotta watch out for those.
Yeah. Do those happen around those parts? Hunting accidents?
Well, let's put it this way. When I worked at World Color, there was a guy that went deer hunting, and he's got the orange vest on and everything, and he's walking across an open field, and somebody shot him. Now, there's no way they thought that he was a deer. If you go out,
dude, did that become like a TV special? I swear to God, like I've seen that story.
No, but that actually happened to him. He survived to tell me the tale, but that's scary to think that you could go out in the woods, be other hunters out there, and they just take a pot shot like, oh, nobody will know, you know?
Yeah, like
and
why
kill
not?
somebody or wound somebody.
They're in love with death.
Whatever. I mean, not all, you know.
They want to feel the thrill of dropping a man.
Timothy, don't get that started. I'm not going to kill you. Maybe hobble you, but I wouldn't kill you. If you get shot in an orange vest, you probably deserved it. Yeah. For bad fashion sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially
Nobody just said
after Labor Day.
The woods. Yeah. Proper horror movie style. Yeah. Runs out a door, gets in a taxi in Minecraft. Yeah. Well, anyway, I mean, it's a very, you know, I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be, folks. You know, we'll see. We'll look back in 5-10 years and we'll see what this was all about, how it was handled, how it was mishandled. But know this, every penny that comes my way, I appreciate. And I try and be a good steward of. I don't want to do muscle figures, Casey, just because I can. There are some things on my bucket list to do. I've never made a.
Can I give you my 2 cents, please, on the
That's all it's
figures?
worth. Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Like, I think like every brainstorming thing that you're doing is great, and I think you should be writing it all down. And then like when you're done brainstorming, like I hope you're focusing just like on just putting the first book out. You know, like let's just get the campaign going. Bro. Like, because you can have like money start coming in. You know, you've paid a lot of artists for a lot of work. You're sitting on a lot of artwork.
Well, I'd be sitting on a lot more if Vic gets me my stuff.
You're sitting on more than a lot of people have when they start campaigning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I wanted to put a pinup book out, sure, I could get that out. But I can put words with things, I suppose.
You know Vaughn Bonster, you know, the guy that does the Terror in the Trenches.
Yeah.
I saw on X today, like he's throwing trailers together, and he's like, if anybody needs a trailer, like let me know. Like maybe you should reach out to him.
No, I don't think I need to reach out to him. Why do I need to reach out to Vonster?
He'll put like a super dope like trailer for your campaign together, and then you could launch.
Well, believe it or not, this trailer that I've had, believe me, I had to pay enough money for that. And it's nothing I mean, it's I mean, it's nothing spectacular. Not saying anything about, Pedro, but it got the job done.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, there's very little in the budget, Ryan. I
Okay.
would say that you and Rob Ewing probably got the majority
Of the budget.
yeah, and you got most of it. So you are the king of the commission this year. I paid you more than anybody, which has not been a whopping lot, but for my budget, that's a lot. Now I paid Dillard some, but and I'd like to pay more, believe it. But yeah, you're right. That's why I'm putting the prequel together. I need to
All right.
use what I've been sitting on.
Okay, you
And
paid
that's
me
exactly
more.
what I'm doing.
You paid me more than anybody. You said. Okay. Let's
Right.
think about what I've done for you. The first thing I did for you was the cover for issue number 6, Rex. Like not issue number 1, 2, not even 3, 6. Like, I mean, okay, so you're telling me that you're spending your comic book budget for issue number 1 on a cover for issue number 6. If that's true.
One is almost complete. Yeah, I mean, you're not the only one. I mean, Dillard, I've been paying him for issue 6 cover, but also for issue 1. And then there's the third one. I'm not sure. I had to revisit that and check my notes, but I think I have all the covers to issue 6 done.
I hope you don't think like at all that I'm like busting your balls. Like I'm.
I do, Ryan, but I expect that out of you.
I'm more like just trying to encourage you to launch. Like,
right?
Hey, come on.
Well, I will be. I mean, I just hired on Tanner to put my campaign up for me. Because I don't want to do the digital thing, and it would be a slog, and I would rather give it.
Does he live close to you?
He's in Georgia.
Can he come over and set up your scanner for you?
No. In fact, after this stream, I'm taking a hammer and destroying the scanner because I never want to hear about the scanner again.
Okay.
Out of anybody.
You are so surly today, Rex. You are a little surly today.
I know. It's just like I was talking about Mike Walters. He's like, if I committed to going on his show again, which I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I have no problem with going on with Mike at all.
I don't know Mike.
Okay. Well, he does a great show, and he does a daily show.
I know Mike.
I know
you heard about.
Yeah,
I think I just subscribed to his channel like last week.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, if I said, let's say I'll be there October 1st, he would come in. Well, let's back it up. Let's say December 1st. That's a good long time away, right? He would remind me incessantly about it. I don't like that. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't want to. I just don't roll that way.
Don't ask me about my business bag.
Well, I can put it on the calendar, and I can be professional, and I can even be professional enough to show up early. I have rarely had a guest back out, but it does happen where they don't show up. And if you count my co-hosting with Apex, yeah, we've had more on his channel than over here, but people do back out of things. Well, then you got to roll with the punches and have something else planned, don't you? And I think people like me a little bit surly, Mr.
Hey, I didn't say that you weren't a likable dick.
Oh, well, I've been called worse. Yeah. Respect your elders, Ryan. I love when the older people pull that on you. You know, you should listen to me because I'm older. No, a young person could say the opposite. You should listen to me because I'm young, vibrant, and I've got brain cells that are newly forming every day. And yeah, I like feisty Rex. I hear that a lot. You know, sometimes you got to get feisty.
I like it when you're like ripping into, one of your audience members. Like you're just like,
that's never a good model, though. I mean, Vic does that a lot. He not only rips into him, he never says, "I hope you never come back." But I mean, God, I've seen him beat up on the chat something fierce.
Yeah. Like I get the whole
and frankly, Ryan, some of them come around back to him like they're abused bitches.
All right, you know what it is, Rex? Okay, you know why like people like
they keep
get
coming
all
back
ego
from
and go after each other? Because like it gets them clicks and it gets them, on my team versus your team, and if you win, then you like sell more books or whatever like that. But it's like that slippery slope, right? Like if that's your business model, like you're going to self implode very soon, or if you're really popular and then you switch to that business model, like you're going to be Mr. Self-Destruct.
Well, I'm certainly not here to self-destruct or whatever, or even overextend myself where I can't get anything out. I mean, I will, as far as getting it published and out this year, it'll probably be early next year, but I want to get the campaign up and running and in demand during the holiday season. And then we'll talk about fulfillment at the first of next year, right after Christmas.
And if you get into some like tiff online or something like that, that might be a wrench in that plan. You know what I mean?
You're
like
so random today, Ryan. If I'm surly, you're random. You're scattered with your subjects. You keep bringing up different subjects. I think you're trying to bait me. Are you trying to bait me?
Are you kidding? Are you serious right now?
As serious as Rex gets, Okay. Not really.
All right. I'm not being no. Like I wasn't being random. Like I'm still like on my subject, like while you're like,
what is your subject,
on.
Ryan?
What?
So I might be able to get on there with you.
Well, it's just something that like it has been a subject that we've been talking about today, like which is not going after other creators at all. Especially like if they're Comicsgate or if they're even like just not woke. Like leave them alone. Like do something else. Like go after something else that
woke,
sucks.
I really don't care.
Talk about how horrible The Last Jedi is.
If they're woke, they need to get some help.
Yeah,
and leave it at that. I don't.
A really good comic book might
them.
do that.
I mean, look, I'm a white heterosexual male clinging to my God and guns Nazi. That's what they want to brand me as. Fine. They don't know me. I don't care. Mm-hmm. Let them be as woke as they want. Let them be found like that guy in Pompeii. Did you see that guy in Pompeii, that impression of him that was left? Nah. He was on the floor jacking off when he died.
Yeah.
So let them be jacking off while the Lord comes back or the world comes to an end, or maybe, let them do their thing. If they want to climax every 2 seconds, I don't care. Just don't do it at my expense. I'm so woke that I haven't slept for days. Gable Penny Shot says, good one. Good one. Ryan, roasting someone is fine. Banter is all good fun. But there is a line that can be crossed. Absolutely. And people can take things personal and they can get butthurt. And relationships can be ruined. Something that you built up a friendship over years can be lost in just an instant.
Banter is fine, yes. But banter, like it should be kept to like when your book's done. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just talking about like focusing. You know what I mean? Like, if
All I
sales
know,
are down,
Ryan,
it's probably because we're not working hard
I don't
enough.
draw a distinction while the campaign is or after. I think you should comport yourself in a professional manner to a certain extent. If you want a separate podcast or YouTube channel or something and you want to talk about a little bit more edgier or controversial things, I say do it over there. I mean, separate it. I don't know if you can separate it. You know, I just don't engage in a lot of these things, don't care to. It's all I am focused on getting the Devil Fly prequel out. I am taking your advice, Ryan, before you even offered it, which is looking around saying, what can make me money right now? What have I been sitting on? Sitting on the Devil Fly story for over a year, 29 pages. So we're getting that out. Dillard can whip me out my 2 Interman pages. Toot sweet. I'm not worried about that. Doc is working on a second Boggs, the origin of Boggs story. Already. He's had it laid out for a couple months now. He just hasn't inked everything. He just finished at my request because he's been busy working on his own projects, and I wasn't in any hurry, and still not in a hurry. I don't get in a hurry with my artist. You know,
What was the separate podcast edgier thing? What was that?
Well, I was saying, you know, if you want to get political or something and you're afraid you're going to get struck or something, just to clarify a little bit, you know, if you want to do something, maybe you need to do it not on the same platform as YouTube or whatever.
Are you talking about to me?
Well, anybody, just in general.
I haven't gotten political all today.
Right. But I'm using that as an example that if you want to talk about wokeism and you're talking about, and I'm not sure exactly what, wait till your books come out and then talk about it after. I don't make that distinction. I think you should comport yourself in a professional manner and just do the work. You know, just like my advice to Vic King is do the work. People, you get massive rewatches. Although people are telling me your views slip. I know I don't go over there and watch. And he always, you know, when we get together for a meeting, which we're supposed to get together tomorrow for a meeting and talk about where we're at, finalize. And I had to think about that, you know, exactly finding out exactly how much is owed to me, which, you know, most of it's been worked on, but there are some undesignated pages and things. Still trying to hammer it out with him. If he was as fast as Dillard,
he didn't have any problems juggling.
He could probably almost be finishing all that he owed me, but Dillard would never get about a year's work behind, you know, with me.
Sure.
Vic did. So it can't be expected for him just to whip it out, you know. But at that, with that said, the hammer's getting ready to hit the anvil again when it comes to him.
Uh-oh. I wouldn't do it today.
Huh?
You're too surly today.
I'm not going to do it today. No. But he better light a fire, you know, and we'll be getting together tomorrow on it, and hopefully I'll have those figures for him, and I want us to be in full agreement about what he owes me, and then I will be requesting, and he might come on the channel and be drawing some of it or whatever. I'm not out to save or to hinder his a reputation. My ulterior motives are just to get my stuff, to get what I paid for, and to be somewhat happy with it, because at this point it's a bitter pill. It takes all the joy out of it when, you know, things weren't handled properly to begin with. That's looking great, Ryan.
Thank you.
Are you doing
out
kind
which
of
way I want these thingies to go? These little spikes.
Yeah. Right.
On this side.
Yeah.
So I think.
Yeah. How is it coiling around?
Like
what makes sense? Rex, would you mind if I did some fan art of Silver Boa? I don't mind anybody doing any fan art of any of my characters. I am honored that they would want to do something of my characters. You had talked about a Silver Boa versus Sister Scarab piece, not wanting money, just want to draw it. Yeah. Silver Boa as a G.I. Joe figure would be dope.
Yes, it would.
Ryan's art is fire.
Silver Boa would be. Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Focus,
who said that?
As I tell everybody, focus on yourself, kings. Well, what does that mean, Gable? Are you talking to just the kings of like Ethan and them, or?
Yeah, just focus on yourself. Like, stay in your lane. I totally agree. You know, like, dude, people don't mind their own business enough, and that's the part that's not pro. Pros don't do that, dude.
Gable says, let's keep to light topics. What is everybody's opinion on abortion? Wow. The High T Rex podcast. I
don't know. Yeah. Like that whole like abortion one, you know, I like wouldn't, I don't know. I wouldn't feel uncomfortable answering it because it's this podcast or something. Like, I don't want to answer it because, like, I don't want to go there right now. You know what I mean? But, like, you know what I mean? I mean, unless Rex was like, dude, I don't want you to get political or whatever. You know, like, I had that. Like, one guy.
Well, I've talked politics. I've talked religion. I don't think anything's off the table and hasn't been on this channel in the past. And I've got every video that hasn't been struck down still up. You can go check it.
Really
the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm just trying to portray an honest view of myself. You know,
I'm just gonna mute it.
What others are doing. I would say to others, get busy getting real. Look in the mirror, do an honest assessment, and just be honest with people. You know, and they'll either like what they see or they don't. We all need God's help. That's my opinion. That's my belief, which is a little bit stronger than an opinion. That's my worldview. But now, do I try and push that off on you? No. You want me to say the magic words and turn off people and maybe turn you off? Is honest, Doc Blaylock says. If you want to die and go to hell, that's your business. Ooh, Rex, you can't. Oh, okay. People said that for thousands of years. All of a sudden, it's controversial. It's always been controversial. You know, that's the problem. People don't think that there's consequences to their actions. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Yeah, Shadowhawk said that today, behind the scenes in Chosen. That's the most abused scripture I think there is. You know, the secular crowd uses it to wedge but the Bible says a few other things too. You can't, and I'm not saying he misused it. I just think a lot of people use that as you can't judge me because the Bible says, okay. Conveniently using it as a weapon when you need a weapon. Other than that, you don't pick it up. You couldn't find it with the FBI. Part of the problem is a lot of creators with YouTube channels have been trying desperately to ride the drama train in an effort to get eyes on their work and also to gain subs and monetization.
Exactly. But that's not going to get you anywhere. Like, eventually, like, that's going to bite you in the butt.
It's going to play out. Right. And this is Rex 2 cents. This is the bottom line because Stone Cold Rex said so. Don't point out well, believe me or not, splinters sticking out. This is just my worldview, and I'm honest enough to tell you that. I didn't want you to know I was a Christian. Well, my last name's Christian. I can't run from it, and I'm not going to run from it. You know, some people don't like Christians. I get it. That's fine. You don't have to like me. Just buy my book. Buy my book, as Timothy would say. Or, well, I'll leave him out of it, as I would say. Or Cecil.
I was asked to go onto a Comicsgate podcast, and when before it went on, like they said, I don't want to talk about anything political on it, you know?
Yeah.
And I was just like, excuse me? You know, like, what did you say? Like, what are we're just going to talk about whatever, like, we're going to talk about Cyclops or whatever you want, you know, like, whatever nerd crap you want. Like, no way, dude. Like, I was just like, you know what? No, thanks. Like, it probably hurt my book. I don't care. That's why I do this, because, like, I can say what I want and do what I want, and I feel like an artist. I feel free.
Oh, I see. See, Ryan comes over here to say the controversial stuff. I get it.
Hey, I answered an invitation.
My fault yet again, folks.
Yeah. Like, if like you don't like my comments, you can blame Rex. You know what I mean?
Doc says, why do I feel like I walked in and had an anvil dropped on my head? Yeah, people would often say, well, Rex, you were always a Christian. No, I was adopted. So I really didn't know how to answer that. But now I do, which is, I finally figured it out, which didn't take me that long. But no, I wasn't born a Christian, but by the grace of God, I am one. And it really is by the grace of God. He chose me. I did not choose him. Well, I did choose him. I mean, you know, he put the invitation like Ryan did out. I said yes, and I've not regretted it. It saved my life many a time. I believe that. Perhaps one day Rex will fix that potato cam smearing my eyes. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing what. It must be my internet, because I think there's nothing wrong with the high dollar camera that I have. It must be the internet. I've not held up anything to get it out of focus. So, and I think, I mean, I can't complain. I live in America. I'm so blessed that people come in here and even listen to a word I have to say. I do have a potato camera that acts up, although I think it's more on my internet side. I play people's trailers and it's choppy ass theater because, again, my internet, and hopefully, you know, we'll get, you know, Mike over here and get a lot of that worked out, and then you'll be screaming for choppy ass theater. Bring back choppy. No, once it's fixed, it's fixed. And hopefully we can fix it, you know. And Shadowhawk's working on his audio. I don't know what Ryan's working on besides his wraparound cover. But Rex, how could you not include Doc for the shame? Holy shite, you still going? Yeah. Apparently. Look, man, I like a wind-up toy, man. You know, you get me going. Take a lick.
I hope you don't get burnt out, Rex. Like, I hope that you just slow down.
Well, now, Ryan, that type of talk just makes me want to do another 30-hour stream. Mm-hmm. I like a good challenge. The more people, and I know you mean that, you're coming from a very good place. I've been trying to get things done this weekend and not stream as much. And I did explain that earlier, that I probably won't, get together with Shadowhawk or anybody else. I still have a couple things to find, and I'm really trying to organize, put up some stuff. Haven't made it to this room yet, but definitely done a lot upstairs, taking some stuff out of my den. You can
definitely get more work done when you're not streaming. Like, I could definitely say that, like, because, like, I've streamed with you, like, so much, like, during this drawing that I'm doing, it's taking me forever. Because, like, I'm talking, like, right now I'm outside, having a smoke, what I mean?
Yeah. But, this is part of it, Ryan. People get to know you. They get to know your work. It's good exposure.
Yeah.
if you're a person drawing the best comic in the world in a cave or closet, nobody ever sees it, or eventually they do, they're going to go, yeah, don't care. I've seen some projects that has as good or maybe even better art than yours, not even fund. Why?
I'm a flea on your back.
They have no, don't say that. You're not a flea on my back.
We're all fleas on Ethan's back, and I'm a flea on your back.
I'm not a flea on Ethan's back either. I'm just saying, to get back to what we were saying, was we're all in competition vying for that dollar, and the pool's only so big. But I think we can lift the lid and we can get it out into the comic stores, and not just comic stores, but other venues, and be creative, and it'll come. I think we are on the move. I think the economy's not helping any, for sure. But these people with larger platforms are leading the way, and I think that's a good way to show that, like Ninja Turtles, hey man, millions of dollars can be made, and I guarantee you, if I was independently wealthy and I said, Eric, or Timothy, or Ryan, or whatever, and you were serious about it, you want to take the check and run, produce anything you want, we would see all kinds of things. Some we would like, some we would not like. When money's no object, if money was no object, you'd be producing all kinds of crap.
Consider this scenario. Like, let's say that...
Right, what's all this then?
Well, hello.
What's happening, Ryan?
All right, riddle me this, Batman. All right, like, let's say the economy doesn't get much better. Like, let's say it keeps getting worse. Okay? So, but then, like, let's say, like, comic books, like, become more and more popular. Like, let's say you could get to the point, like, where you could literally, like, sell 100,000 copies of an issue per month.
Right.
Like, at that point, like, you could distribute, you could figure out, like, different ways to distribute. You're printing so much, like, you're saving on printing, like that. At that point, like, you get a deal with Amazon for
I'm not
shipping.
mad at you. I just gave you the link, Doc.
Right. You're talking about, like, back in the Image days, dude.
Okay, so, like, well, the Image days, like, right, they were, like, making, like, millions of dollars.
It was like a million copies, yeah.
But. So, all right, so, like, let's say, like, make 50,000 copies or whatever it is to get to the point, like, where, like, you can make comics, like, that are, like, very affordable. Well, like, comic books are a really cheap form of entertainment, and they're perfect for a bad economy.
Welcome.
You know what I mean?
Show,
like, when you don't have a lot of dough, like, like, a really good comic book is a good way to, spend a little bit of your hard-earned money, like, on something that will entertain you for hours.
Look
at
Tanner.
The same time, though, right now, Ryan, crowdfunding comic books is not that cheap. I mean,
exactly. Like, we got to get it to the point, like, where it's not just crowdfunding; it's more like delivery.
I mean, if it was $4 or $5 a piece, I mean, and frankly, I wouldn't even pay that for most of what DC and Marvel are doing these days. But that would be a lot easier to, handle economy-wise. Because, I mean, average price now on back in a campaign is $35, $40.
Yeah, that's quite an investment just there. But if you support 5 different campaigns, that's a lot of money. It adds up.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
If you take $200 or $300 out of somebody's budget, and especially if it's like me, and I have to pay Doc, Ryan, Rob, whoever,
Exactly.
How can I justify really backing a lot of campaigns and not paying them and working on my own?
And that's what a lot of creators, especially when they're in the middle of a campaign, you don't see them. I mean, they support each other, but you don't see them necessarily backing each other. because you can't really afford to, can you? I mean,
I would love to be able to back all my friends, but I can't. I mean, think about this. I'm subscribed to a lot of my friends' channels. I don't even have the time to watch all of them, let alone the money to back all of them. Holy cow.
Exactly, Doc.
Exactly. Yeah.
But when I show up on Rex's, when he's live streaming, and he says, and then if I gotta pay so and so, but not Doc. What? Rex, what have I done? I come in and Rex told me I was going to hell as soon as I walked in the door.
Damn.
I must have read one of your comics, Doc. Didn't mean to play that. I meant to play this.
Yeah, baby.
It's good looking stuff, Doc.
This is more fun than a barrel full of oiled up midgets.
You would know. Yeah, I mean Tanner brought up a good thing to me the other day, Doc. Are we kind of pricing ourselves out of the range? And that's why he kind of kept his to like $5 plus 10 domestic shipping. And Kerry and some other people, he got like 3 or 4 backers on the channel, and he felt like a celebrity. He went away coming good feeling good because hey, yeah, he made some money while he came on here. But we also treated him with the respect of, as I try and do everybody, and talk about the project and as if I'm genuinely interested in it, which I'm interested in it as much as some more than others, but
I'm hoping I can keep my price point at $5 a pop on the Jake Bishop books, because they're gonna be standard size floppies.
Yeah,
but
and I think that was one reason he got so many backers, is it was really at an affordable.
Yeah.
Now I'm not saying that I can afford $5 a copy, because it's going to take me probably over $5 a copy to print each book.
Well,
I guarantee you it will. I can't do a $5 book.
No, I can't. On the big ones, I can't. Pariah's 48 pages. The next one, I think, is 52 pages.
Yeah.
But I've told Tanner, you got a good product. You're a nice guy,
right?
And you deliver. The only thing you're not doing is get out on the circuit and talk to people.
Absolutely.
So they can find you. And I'm glad to see he's doing that, because I love the guy. He's a great guy.
Yeah, and hopefully in our association of him kind of helping with my campaign, it'll give him some more exposure. It can't hurt.
Well, I mean, it could, Rex. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, it could if I was.
It was an unnecessary poke. I'm sorry. I thought he was going to poke me. That's why I tried to get it out quick. Hey, Gabe. Poor Rex. I'm sorry.
Still thinking that one.
Oh, shoot.
I like this kicking yourself out move. Like, it's very existential,
Well, there's only one other thing I like better.
Oh, I didn't get kicked.
Yeah.
Wow, me neither. Oh. That's a first.
Gigging Devil Flyer momentum. Yeah. Rex stopped being a cranky pants.
I'm kicking my own ass.
Hello, Mrs. G.
I know
good to see you.
Fun at Tanner, but for not doing the
hell, that's good stuff.
Yeah, and you know what? I honestly think that Tanner was a little bit shy about doing it, but
about doing what?
Doing the rounds. But he's getting out there now, so.
Yeah.
Eric says you've been a cranky pants since you started streaming, Rex.
Probably.
Why are you being
Look what I
cranky,
have to
Rex?
put up with.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How long you've been going 3 hours? I'd be cranky too. Shit.
Oh, well, you heard it, folks. Doc, we got 10 people in here. He wants me to end it.
No,
He just
no.
got here.
I said no such thing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I do, however, hear the crickets. So you know what's up with that.
Well, that's on Shadowhawk's end. Picking up the
That's
critters.
Shadowhawk's out here getting ready to grill.
Ooh, what are you
what
grilling, brother?
grill?
Fajitas tonight, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
I
Nice.
did not grill out once this summer.
I've grilled once.
Oh, Doc, I'm so disappointed in you. Man.
Well, I mean, a tornado took my grill away.
Oh,
Oh my God.
It landed several miles from here in several pieces.
I'll take your little grill too.
And your little grill too. It's been a hell of a year, folks.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, sorry, guys.
What in the world was that? Yeah, you know what, Eric? I did the same thing. I have cooked dinner. I washed the dishes. I took out the trash. I don't have a cat, but I fed the dog.
Doc,
Yes.
what kind of paper are you using on your book?
Toilet paper, tissue paper, Xerox paper, anything I can get my. No, it's plate finish Bristol.
No, not like what are you drawing with, but what are you going to print on?
I want to do it on classic white, non-glossy.
Okay.
I don't like the the magazine style pages. Not a fan.
I want to do something on like an acid-free kind of like a faux imitation, sort of emulating newsprint.
I would love to just do newsprint. I'll be honest with you, but I don't think there's a market for it other than, nostalgic people like myself.
Well, like I think if you get like an acid-free sort of version, that like is like sort of thick, that is nice to, that holds up,
Yeah.
And you're doing black and white, aren't you?
Yes.
So like both those things, can keep the price down, You're not using like 80-pound glossy for the interior.
Yeah, and I don't like that stuff. The humidity makes the pages stick together. They get waves in them. I don't like that.
Yeah.
And I don't really want the heavy cardstock cover. I want a traditional comic book cover.
Well, what I kind of like about this, toothy paper in the interior, like especially like on black and white stuff, is it gets a little bleedy. Just that little bit of imperceptible almost bleed that like newsprint gives you, like an old comic book does,
I like the the old comics. You open one up, the pages have browned a little bit. There's that wonderful smell when you open them. It's just wonderful. Yeah, King Cryptid is being printed on newsprint. It keeps the cost down. Yeah, and there is a higher quality newsprint these days too, like Ryan was just saying.
A little bit higher quality. I think there is a market for it for sure. Like
people, that higher quality. Yeah, it's just as good as I think the classic white.
People, don't need to know exactly what they want. Like you're the chef, you know what I mean? Like they sit down, you serve it up. You know what I mean? Like they don't know exactly that they want like a little bit of a tooth paper for their black and white, kind of gritty book. You know what I mean? But they do. You just give it to them, and they like it, and they pay handsomely. You know what I mean? Give it a little tip.
Dan, good to see you too, brother.
Just the tip. Hey, Caroline. Hey.
Caroline.
Dan Lawless. Hey.
Dan is here. So anyway, I'm looking forward to it, and I have been trying for hours to get Anthony Romano to answer the phone. He is so hard to reach. We got one last little thing we got to do before we can go to print, and I want to go to print.
Seems like there's a lot of that, Doc. with you guys.
You know, it's the one of the hazards of collaborating.
Mm-hmm. Dan is correct that, and you do have to make yourself available. What happened to Shadowhawk? He dropped out, huh?
He's grilling, brother. He's grilling.
Oh, he's grilling. Okay. I will say this, Ricks. I have to work hard at promoting. I don't have the luxury of getting funded in hours like some people.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't get funded in, either in hours. I think we're blessed we get funded at all. But
yes. I'm going to tell you, man, that is a nerve-wracking experience.
Oh, it is. Yeah. If
when
you've
you're
ever
in
not done it and you're trying to get funded, King Cryptid and other books like that over at Alterna is being printed on newsprint, keeps the cost down. Yeah. And, if he's going to keep the door open, definitely we need to, support some of the cheapest comics, is not on quality, but as, that are available out there. And it's not easy to find. I mean, Peter went through 4, 5, 6 different printers to find one that he's settled on, that he really likes likes.
Who is this?
I don't know. It's Peter. Well, it's Peter Samedi, who does Alterna Comics.
Yeah.
I
just didn't hear who you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he does newsprint, but it's not the old newsprint of the 80s.
This is a higher rag content. It's good stuff.
It is. Yeah.
And Ryan and I were just talking about it. It's every bit as good as the classic white paper. So I may lean into that for Pariah and for Damn Dirty Thing.
I want to show you some, Doc. I've shown this a bunch, but I'd love for you to just, have this for food for thought. This is the
brain food.
This is the absolute year one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got like the modern redo, and then it's also got a like simulation of like classic comic books. Like here's the classic style in this like imitation faux newsprint stuff, that's like feels good, it's soft, it's like it's kind of bleedy, you know what I mean? And then like this is the one that like came out like when the graphic novel came out, like in like the early 2000s, I think. Oh no, 2016. This came out way later than I thought. But this is the modernized, recolor.
Right.
Yeah. Can you compare a page? You did this the other day. Can you compare a page with the other volume to show a different same page?
And look at those great flats too, man.
There's the reason it's both is because there's really something to be said for both versions, right? Like this is that like classic white, nice paper that kind of like Doc kind of wants, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Which is like dope. Like it's it's got a very nice starkness to it,
Mm-hmm.
But then
contrasty.
Let me see which one I was gonna. Towards the back. This one. Okay, so this is the modern version.
Yeah.
No.
He's trying to find it, folks.
Under pressure.
Under pressure. Boom, 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 boom. Pressure. Year one, Batman blew our minds. We were so spoiled since there hasn't been a greatest like that in recent years. Yeah. I loved it. I read it. I read.
Think about all that great stuff, man. Like Man Without Fear, graphic novel.
So
That
what
made
is that
me
on the
want-
left? Is that how it was originally done, right?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
like sort of like in the vein of trying to make it look as much like the original. Like they even
Right.
put like wrinkles in it. They like put staples in it. You know, it like, you know what I mean? It's cool. Like
Uh-huh.
look, they even put like the black registration thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like just to make it. And then this is also like a traditional like comic book cover too. Like so it like it's just neat like how they do this kind of paper, you know, for the inside, and even kind of like smells like it, you know, like an old comic. And then
Oh yeah, that's a big deal.
and then it's got like this like classic comic book paper, you know, like that they, you know, used to like do the original cover on. You know, it's kind of neat.
Gabe, you've
And
been
then-
poised and ready for quite a while, buddy. I'm just saying.
The big difference there, I think, to me, is like the sheet covers up a big area that she's laying on the bed, and they put a pattern on that.
That
changes.
sheet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and they did away with the actual shading that was on it in the old school.
Yeah, it was a great series. Its work kind of remind me, Frank Miller was writing it, and he has kind of a minimalistic, way of doing things as well. But this guy kind of reminds me of Alex Toth in a way.
Mm-hmm. But again, my point, look at the flats, the colors.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They're not trying to put a gloss on every single highlight, and sometimes that takes away from the story.
Like it's kind of neat, like how like this is just totally flat, and like this is like has a bit of like gradients and brush strokes and stuff like that in it.
Yeah, look at the difference in that.
But it's kind of neat. Like, okay, so it's like it's the coloring and the paper, right? Like that's the difference between this picture and this picture.
Which
right?
is
That's
the
what they
redo.
changed.
Which is the
Like
redo.
They didn't change the lines. They didn't change like the value
Right.
of the blacks or anything like that. The
Right.
shading. It's the color and the paper. So like I want to go like this way with the Octagon black and white. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like like black and white, and then this kind of paper that makes it sort of like not so black and like also a little bit bleedy.
She's yellow in the one on the right.
Yeah. Like I
Yellow
don't even know
jaundice.
if I don't even really like the coloring on this.
She's
page at
Asian
all.
on that
She's
page.
not healthy, boys and girls. I'm just saying.
Right.
But
Here's a good one. This is a
either
good one.
Either one you'd be glad to have, though.
Yeah.
So you've got like that stark white.
Right. I
or you've
mean,
got
look
this.
at you've got in that last panel, you have a brown black background, and on the one on the right, more reddish. I mean, it's
Magenta.
totally different.
It's magenta.
Or magenta. I mean, and then also in the background behind her on the other panel, which kind of links it together.
Mm-hmm.
More so than the one with the white pages on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a totally different take on the same story from both these books.
A very different feel. Same story, obviously, but
Yeah, I mean, I like that.
Mood.
Such minimalism art by it sure works well.
This is a
for
good
the story.
page.
Absolutely.
Like all this outside stuff is a good example right here.
Oh, I don't like that last panel at all where they've shaded her nose so much. I don't like that. She looks more skull-like with the triangular shape. What's even going on in that last panel with her nose?
Well, they're lighting a match, so they're trying to show that up lighting.
I don't think they pulled it off though, Doc.
They didn't. It does read, but you have to look for it.
Yeah. See you, Eric. But it sure works so well.
Hi,
I can't
Eric.
stop. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I like Mike Barron says, a show don't tell. Minimal on the as you can get with the exposition and show in the artwork.
Yeah. Your exposition should be visual as much as possible,
mhm.
and let your dialogue do the work for the writing, and then the rest of it's all visual.
Yeah, most of my stories can be read, not everything, but can be read without any work.
I'll be right back.
Like you would know what's going on in the Devil Flyer story, the prequel that'll be released here soon, just by looking at the pictures. Fanta, as long as she could see the picture, she could pretty much get the whole gist of the story, even without having to read the words, which might be difficult for her, even though they're going to be blown up to magazine size. So, Doc, what have you been doing today on this beautiful Sunday?
It's a day of rest, sir. I was resting.
Day of rest. Absolutely. Yeah. I covet the weekends to a certain degree, but I have been trying to get done with some things. And I did a sketch card while we watched The Chosen. So at least I got that much done today.
Right.
Nip away at it, one chip away at the stone, here and there. Yeah, I think less is more often. I would like to get more Alex Toth thing. It was Red Circle Comics where I first discovered Alex Toth, although I had seen his stuff on Super Friends and all the Hanna-Barbera cartoons. He did all that. It just Space Ghost worked for him for a couple decades. I don't even know. He was supposed to do Thundarr the Barbarian, and Jack Kirby took it over for him for some reason. I don't know why. But Alex Toth is a very interesting artist, and I didn't realize till I got to looking. Gray Morrow did the 1967 Spider-Man cartoon, pretty much what Toth was doing over there at Hanna-Barbera. He was doing for them.
That cartoon used to get on my nerves because they didn't draw the webbing in
under the arms. Oh yeah. On the costume, they do it like on the face, but not here. Yeah, I mean when you're going from traditional 20, think about this. All right, Doc, we're going to animate my next trailer traditionally. I know you can do it. You're that good an artist. Do me 24 drawings, just slightly, and that's 1 second of film.
Yeah.
And you had to do thousands.
Yeah, and you would get from me, no, that's never going to happen.
Right. Yeah, right. I got you. I wouldn't do that either. It's amazing anybody ever did that. Now flip book, everybody can do a flip book, right? Somebody needs to do a flip book. Dan Lawless needs to do a flip book. Dan, we need to have a drawstring. Just saying. And we'll get to it. I had no doubt. Dan's working on one of his own projects and for other campaign work as well. But we always have fun when Dan comes on, of course. He's always a loyal listener. I appreciate that.
Dan's good people.
Dan Straight. Kind of like Dan Straight.
Dan Straight.
Ooh, that's a good character name. I'm writing it down right now.
Oh, Lord.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that make a great PI? My name is Dan Straight.
And then someone goes, Dan Straight, and he goes, damn straight.
Right. Well, I don't know if I'd be that, Yeah.
Come on now.
Okay.
What else would Dan say? What else would Dan say? Come on.
It never pays to argue with Doc because he always wants to win. Of course.
It's because I'm always right, Rex.
Yeah.
As soon as you learn this,
Yeah.
we'll get along so much better.
I know, right? We both share something major in common, which is we both loves us some George Perez.
Absolutely.
I like his earlier stuff that was a little cruder, that wasn't as refined. Now I like all his stuff. Okay.
Right.
I like all of it. My preference is the stuff that I first encountered, like in Avengers, or his first run on Fantastic Four, or something like that.
His Avengers run, in my eyes, will always be the best Avengers run ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually disappointed, Doc, when Jack Kirby would do a cover and not George. You know?
It's not politically correct to say that, but I agree with you.
Yeah, well, now I look back on it and go, yeah, I'll take that. But at the time, I've got to be honest.
Do you remember that great cover that was just Hawkeye on the cover by himself with his bow pulled back? We're kind of looking up at him.
I had a production piece to that cover.
Yeah, it was during the Korvac saga.
I think he was up on like a ship or something.
Yep.
It was an upshot. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he also would later do one. Remember where he's got the pulled back, and this is a takeoff of an Atom Hawkman cover, where the Atom is on instead of Ant-Man on.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was cool, but I didn't probably learned to a couple years ago that was actually a riff on an old DC cover with the Atom and Hawkman.
Yeah. I drew, traced, copied, Xeroxed that cover probably 1,000 times to try to figure out how he does what he does when I was learning to draw.
Right.
I mean, George Perez he was my inspiration for my pencil work. Monet was my inspiration for painting.
What?
But it was always Perez for the drawing,
Yeah, I mean, it was his group shots that, his Avengers work and things like that attracted me so much that I started, I only had a quarter to spend, Doc, and some couple pennies for tax, and I wanted to get the most bang for my buck. And obviously that drew me more than, say, Justice League, which I don't know that I saw Justice League at that pharmacy, but and it was just a fluke, or was it, when I went back a couple weeks and they had the next issue. I'm just saying, out of all the spinner rack, twice I picked the same book with the same artist, and that made me. It wasn't. I can remember it. We were in a truck, and I went out. I went in. I got my book. I came out. Mom was waiting on me because she'd left me there. That was in the days when you could leave your kids at a pharmacy and think that they were safe. A Rexall drugstore.
We were safe.
We were safe. Yeah, and damn straight we were. And Doc, I'm going to sue you if that makes it into one of your prior books. I'm using that name, Dan Strait.
It's all yours.
Okay, thank you for that. My grandfather.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't really have any trouble naming my characters.
Right. Yeah, and for the most part, I don't either. But I create the characters without a name most of the time. Now, Silver Boa, I didn't. I actually heard that one on the news. And said, "Ooh, that would be a great character for, a great character name." So I created a character around the name. But most of the time, I name them later, And sometimes the chat helps me name them. So
sure,
and that's a lot of fun.
I know. I was in the let's see, it was 1976 that I bought the first comic book I ever bought because I wanted it, not one my parents bought. I bought Captain America Mad Bomb.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jack Kirby cover, of course. And
that was issue 193, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, that was his return. What? Well,
no, he had been back. It even had the Falcon in it.
He'd been back, right? Okay, so it wasn't 193. I think 193 was his. That might have been issue 200.
but I was also, I had bought some Thor, I bought some Iron Man, and then like you, I went into Eckerd Drugs, and on the spinner rack was the Avengers. I was like, all those guys are in this book. So
Yeah.
I bought it, and uh, I went to the manager because my mother told me to, and said, "Can you order this book for me every month?" And he said, "No, they just bring what they bring." And
Right.
I was like heartbroken, but they did. They brought the Avengers every month, so every month I would go in with my hard-earned lawnmower money and buy my comic books.
Yeah, I mean, I always wanted more bang for my buck. The more characters, the
Oh
better.
yeah, you remember the speaking of bang for the buck? Remember when they would throw two books in a bag and sell them? Two
Oh
books in a
yeah, yeah,
plastic
yeah.
bag.
2 or 3 or whatever. Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Uh,
definitely. Yeah.
every opportunity I got, I would buy one of those, and there'd always be like one pretty good one and the two shit ones in there. Who cares? I loved them all. Loved them all.
Hey, I was right. 193. I'll show you the cover, and I in the 5th grade, Doc, which was
Hmm.
about maybe about 1977. Those were actually the binders, that had the hose where you could put it in a ring binder,
Yeah,
but it was the subject thing, that had the 2 pockets. Marvel actually came out with some of those at the cover, and I actually had this one. I think I had this one, which is Jack Kirby with John Romita inks. Captain America 193, Mad Bomb. It can destroy the world.
yep,
Is that the one you were thinking of?
yeah. That was Marv Wolfman, Jack Kirby, Frank Garcia. I can't pronounce his name. Uh,
Frank
Jan-
Giacoa.
yeah, and Janice Cohen did the colors.
Oh
And I
wow, you
remember,
even know the colorist. Wow.
I,
Yeah.
I remember loving Cap on the cover, but
Uh-huh.
that was the first time I had seen Falcon, and I thought that dude looks amazing.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yep. King Kirby is back and greater than ever. Look at that Kirby fist.
hmm
Bam! All that for 25 cents.
yeah, it was just a
And an
wonderful.
Evil Knievel chopper ad on the back
Yeah,
with the Formula 1 dragster and
yeah, and I was wrong.
all the other things.
It wasn't
Trail
76.
bike.
It was 75. 1975 was the publication date. I may have bought it in 76.
Let's see if he says.
I just
I
looked. It is 75 was the
76.
publication date.
1976, right?
75 was the publication date.
Right.
Uh,
Let's see.
it is.
What month
It
is
is.
that? January. Right. Yeah, so it really came out in 75, although it's January. Now,
Yeah.
I heard something, Doc, and it was very intriguing to me. It makes perfect sense. It may not be correct. Maybe Dan knows. So that says, because they do these books months ahead of time, right?
Mm-hmm,
And this is January. Okay.
mm-hmm.
So they actually produced it the prior year, as you know.
Right.
And released it like 3 months before January. The January would be the expiration date of the book.
That's what I used to understand it to be.
Is that correct, Dan? Do you know that? Does anybody know that for sure? It makes sense to me.
I thought, originally, of course, I thought that was that month's issue, but
Right.
Later,
Yeah.
it seems like someone told me that was the date that the stores were supposed to pull them.
And
they're done.
even at
Pull
that,
'em.
Doc, they did the color spray,
Mhm,
like
mhm.
red, green, blue,
Yeah.
and then he would just go in there and just have to look at the tops and go, okay, that and this, and
Exactly.
leave all the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's how they knew what to pull out to
Yeah.
restock the spinner racks.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense to me because, you would be getting that January issue in, say, October. you
Right.
know.
Welcome
Yeah,
back,
it does.
Shadowhawk.
No. Oh, yeah. I've been here for a minute. It's just been quiet.
Okay, I was on a different page looking at something.
Yeah, he's got a new icon there. Did you see his new icon?
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is that from? Hello,
Shadowhawk. Doc asked you a question.
NDI Grams does a bunch of fantasy kind of these half man, half beast creatures.
Anthropomorphic, right?
Anthropomorphic, yes, that's the one.
Okay.
Very
Thank
cool.
you, Rex.
Very
You're
cool.
welcome.
Yeah, I just happened to find this the other day, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna steal that."
Yeah, just tighten it up. Tighten it up, like you said. Get closer on the character and cut out the other panels, and it would look better. But yeah, I don't care.
Yeah. I had to edit it a little bit.
Yeah,
Probably.
I like that you've kind of changed. It's growing on me, that you've changed things up. I was at first reticent about it, even though it's a beautiful piece. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of used to Shadowhawk because your daughter did such a great job on that design.
Oh yeah, and I'm not gonna abandon the original.
Oh, I know
Shadowhawk
you're
logo.
not. Yeah. I probably need to have.
I just thought this was kind of cool to change it up. I mean, for a while there, I was doing the little piece that Marv did in Sin Killer. You remember I was joking around. I was like, "Oh, look, Marv put me in his book," and so I was using that as an icon for a little while. But yeah, I like to play around with it.
I like to play with things a while before annihilation. Where does he get such wonderful toys?
So
what you got here, Doc?
My son's been painting again, so this is his
Oh,
newest
cool.
little painting he did.
Now, does he work in acrylics?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Very
think
nice.
he's still using the setup I got him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
did you get him
that's
a little
awesome,
French easel or something?
No, the French easel's expensive. No,
I actually bought,
a little desktop easel.
Yeah. He nailed them together a couple of 2x4s and said, "There you go."
Now, my easel in here, I had it custom built. My stepfather built it for me, so it can hold a canvas up to 6 feet wide by 5 feet tall.
Damn.
Because I paint large when I paint.
Yeah, you think you paint large?
That can go big or go home, motherfucker.
Hell Rider paints very large, almost.
Oh yeah, Pale Rider.
Murals,
like the side of a building. Yeah.
Well, what I'm always gunning for is, and I learned this from an artist friend here, 16 by 20 or for entryways, hallways, bathrooms, that kind of thing. 24 by 36 is a medium-sized living room, go over the sofa. 40 by 50, those are the ones that go over the fireplace. The bigger ones are for big living rooms, blah, 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 blah. So it depends on who you intend to market to, how big you want to paint. Plus the other part is, do I just have an itch to paint a big one? Answer, yes, I do.
Right.
Well, dude, a problem I find myself having now, and when I first started collecting original art, I never thought it would be a problem, but I'm running out of wall space.
It happens.
I don't have places to put original art anymore, and it's like,
or posters.
What do I do now?
We had a discussion in one of my art
posters
groups.
are done, man. Those are rolled up and staying in the tubes. I don't even bother with them.
That's why CG sales are going down, is because Shadowhawk's running out of wall space.
One of the art groups that I'm in.
I got to get a bigger house so I can keep supporting CG.
Here is Mike Barron's new stickers, I guess. Don't tread on me like stickers. I'm not sure what this is.
Oh, nice.
What campaign this is for, but very nice.
So one of my art groups was saying, in a discussion, where do you store your art when you start to build up a body of work? So I just chimed in. I said, on other people's walls after I sell them.
There you go. Good answer.
There you go.
That's
I
the way
like
to
that
do it.
your stuff is not so precious that you don't, when it.
If you're a comic book artist, you have one of those really cool drawers. That's like a chest of drawers. That's like,
Yeah, it's like an architect
yeah.
drawer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't get to say this the other yesterday, but I will make note of it. Yesterday marked 50th year anniversary of Mike Grell being in comics.
Wow.
Oh wow,
50,
really?
50 years in comics yesterday. So
No
way
shit.
to go, Mike.
Awesome.
Yep.
Congrats, Mr.
The
Grell.
Mike Grell is my number 2, right behind George Perez was Mike Grell. His Warlord run was just amazing.
Oh, dude, yeah, his Warlord stuff was incredible. Look,
we were looking at the covers the other day. Just amazing.
Yeah.
Doc, I need some clarification. You're my age. You're Dan Wallace's age. We're all the same age around here, except for these 2 young whippersnappers. Here's someone older than us, older than dirt. Keep saying go to JoeBiden.com. Is this real? What the hell is this?
Well, I think you should buy this one. I'll ask you nicely, but he won't.
They've even got the dramatic music in there.
I think that's a gag ad.
I'll ask you nicely.
This guy makes me throw up in my mouth every time I see his face.
Well, I'm sorry, Doc. I'm sorry to bring up a sore point and vitriol.
He is a disgusting human being, and I can't stand him.
Absolutely. Tell us what you really think. But I can't say you're wrong. That's for sure.
Ugh. Come on.
Is that a real thing, or is that just
I don't know.
I don't think
don't
so.
know, don't care.
Yeah, really. I mean,
especially that part 2. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
I was trying to take a nap, and I had a documentary playing on YouTube in the living room, right? And a Joe Biden ad came on.
Oh,
I came up out of that sofa so fast and grabbed that remote and turned that shit off. Ooh.
Well, after that, we need a commercial. We need a palate cleanser.
Now Ponderosa Salad Bar has more variety than ever.
Ponderosa. I remember that when I went to the East Coast.
Cool as a cucumber. Hot as a pepper. Beats me. 1,000 Island. This salad is mushroomy. Every delicious steak dinner at Ponderosa includes getting carried away at our salad bar.
When you finish with that, you can go back to
We don't have Ponderosa here.
Applause for the
We had them.
variety than ever salad bar.
Yeah, we used to have. Not anymore.
I remember it. It's good too.
Ponderosa, square meal, square deal.
Yep, we used to go. I remember when they opened up the salad bar. It was like, you put 2 leaves of lettuce on there, then go load up with bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take the bacon bits.
And they had the little tiny baby shrimp on there every once in a while, dude. I would just go load up on those.
Yeah. I would take my steak up there and get my potato, and I would get extra cheese, the bacon bits. I'd load my potato up. Screw that lettuce.
Yeah. Screw that rabbit food. Yeah.
Doc, these have been around forever. You know these.
The cow says.
What was that? A C&C.
Yep.
Yeah. The cow says.
And then every now and then it would get messed up. I remember one time it got messed up, and it would be like, and the cow says, meh, or something.
Yeah.
It got messed up.
You'd be like, what?
37 years ago, you could have watched the debut on NBC in 1986 of this, well, some would say maybe an iconic show.
I remember Benson.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, that's Matlock.
Matlock.
Mr. Andy Griffith.
The problem with that is
He looked
Got
old
the
back
lawyer
then.
part right.
The problem with that was, to me, he was always Andy Taylor and nobody but Andy Taylor.
Mhm.
Right. Actually, he looks a lot like my father. I could go in there and give you in fact, I'll do that tomorrow. I'll
Can you
produce.
go in there and produce a envelope full of money like that one that was on screen?
Well,
use
that's
that,
the
Rex.
payoff, I'm sure, or him being
okay.
paid for
All right.
the fee. I don't know, but no, I wish I could.
All right. Well, Rex, I'm going to bounce on out of here.
No,
Thank you
I
for
got one
having me
more
come
thing.
hang
You're
out.
a Navy guy, and you got to stay for this.
Oh my God. Okay.
Oh,
20 years ago on CBS, you're a Navy guy, so you got to stay for this one.
NCIS.
Man from Atlanta.
Yeah, you are correct, sir. Naval criminal investigative.
You can never leave.
Oh, Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill was on.
Not Mark Hamill, Mark Harmon.
Harmon. Then I'm sorry, a young Mark Harmon was in that movie that I watched on YouTube recently, the Irwin Allen production of I guess it went to the theaters. Maybe it was made for TV. Beyond the Poseidon Adventure. He was actually in that.
Oh God.
Yeah.
All I remember is NCIS when Ziva was on there. Sweet Lord have mercy. I had a crush on that girl.
Well, now would
I'm
she have
loving
been on the
Congo.
debut? Was she a debut character?
No, she came in season 3.
She came in later. Okay.
And then stayed there for like 2 forevers.
Okay.
Was that her
smoking hot? She was the.
Was that her character name, or was that her real name?
Yeah, she was. She was Israeli Mossad. And just
wow, what a name!
Exotic, yes. Okay.
Here, I'll pull up. I think her name is Cote de Palo.
Okay, so I'm guessing big dark eyes, long dark hair.
Oh, just stunning.
Yeah,
1969.
right in my wheelhouse.
1969, 54 years ago.
Share
Damn, I was going cheap.
Rex's Choppy Ass Theater.
Of course.
Only Choppy Ass Theater.
Movie of the week.
Yep.
No wonder my brain is so messed up. Look at the shit they used to push down our throats.
There you go. Share my screen, Rex.
I was 2 when this came out.
What did you take?
You sharing my screen?
Hey,
I am.
So this is
okay.
Okay, my look at those eyes.
She's all right. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a very pretty face, but
knobby knees and all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, this is her at 46. She was not 46 when she did.
I would probably prefer it at 46. I like my women mature dogs.
Listen, let me explain this to you one more time, there, Rex.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
I gotta go, buddy. I gotta go.
Okay, we'll see you, bro.
Peace out, everybody.
Bye, Doc.
Bye.
See ya.
I prefer my lady baked, not battered.
I never watched Mad About You, but that premiered 31 years ago in 1992.
Oh God, no! That horrible blonde girl. Ugh.
Yeah, that was Helen Hunt.
Yes, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Terminal Velocity, was that any good with Charlie Sheen? That premiered 29 years ago in 1994.
Terminal Velocity.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one.
The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember. I don't think I ever saw it.
There's the poster there. Interesting looking poster,
Yeah, I mean, it was Charlie Sheen. It probably went straight to video, dude.
Ryan doing some fine detail there. Very fine, very fine.
Dr. Ox.
I think you should give Dr. Octopus a or Octagon, not Dr. Octopus, a go-to. I'm just saying, or maybe one
Give him
go-to.
gold.
I'm joking there, of course.
One gold tusk.
I'll answer a question I've been getting recently is, okay. Why is Dr. Octagon, why is his name Dr. Octagon when he's not an octopus? Why is he not, why is he not an octopus, when his name's Dr. Octagon? Why is he walrus, right? And the answer is because he's, it's nothing like mysterious. He's like from the clan Octagon. So he's from the Octagon clan, right? And an octagon is not an octopus.
Yes, exactly.
No, an octagon is just an eight-sided shape.
So just because it sounds like an octopus, that's the reason why he's not an octopus, because his name is not Octopus.
Right.
His name's Octagon.
Yes. Right. Yeah, we're on the same page. 37 years ago, you could have watched this.
Silver Hammer. I love this show. Oh, Sledgehammer. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I watched it.
Oh,
this was a great show. Can I tell you how the series ends?
Yeah.
Spoiler.
I want people to get the full effect of the show opener here. There we go. Got to see the man.
That's a cool
himself.
game.
Oh yeah. You can nail somebody the
Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Wall with that thing. Trust me.
That was a great show. I'm rewatching that after Columbo.
All right, give us the end, Ryan.
He blows up the world.
No, get the fuck out. Really?
He the entire world explodes at the end of season 2. Therefore, no need for season 3. Yeah, they got canceled and they blew up the world.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Quaker Oats in 1983 came out with this product, Peaches and Cream. Quaker oatmeal. You ever have peaches and cream?
Yeah, I didn't care for the peaches and cream.
Yeah, that came out.
The apples and cinnamon, though, dude. Oh, that's so good.
Well, I don't eat oatmeal like that. So, in 1972,
you like oatmeal, Red?
No, I probably should. In
good for you.
What was I saying?
Apples and cinnamon fried. That's a bomb.
Oh, dude.
I can see where that would be good. I'm sure I'm missing out.
Little sugar, cinnamon fried in a frying pan.
You ever do?
I was
little apple slices.
You ever do baked apples?
That early on electronic gaming, 1972, the Odyssey electronic game came out for your TV sets. 1972. That's even predates my Atari stuff that came out. Can you imagine the graphics back in 1972? Real simple graphics, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, dude. Atari 2600. I've still got 2 working decks and like 75, 80 Atari games.
Ryan Cardinal says, I prefer the Quaker Oats, Jack Daniels, and Coke limited edition. Wow.
Nice. I missed that one.
That sounds delish.
That's why you're still alive.
That's the only reason I'm still.
Yeah.
I hear the crickets. It's so bomb.
Oh, in 1968, 55 years ago.
Audio Critic.
Has it been that long? Wow. You could have watched this.
Here's Lucy. Starring Lucille Ball.
I wonder how long it took them to do
Co-starring Gail
the
Gordon.
animation to this. Cool. I love Lucy. Almost as old as I am. The original series older than me. 1967, September 23rd through 29, TV guide cover with "Hey, it's the Monkees" on the cover. Love the Monkees.
Here we come.
Walking down that street. Absolutely. I love the Monkees back in the day. 46 years ago in 1977, Star Wars years, David Bowie released his song Heroes 46 years ago. You may not have known it, but in 1986, I don't remember this cartoon at all. The Glow Friends? 37 years ago, 1986. Do you remember the Glow Friends? I know I was a little old for the cartoons, but usually I was up on what was there. I guess it was woefully forgettable. Let's look at the Glow Friends.
We're Glow Friends, and everywhere we go, our glow lights the way. With moon drops, which fall to earth at night, we glow bright as day. You'll always find us cheerful, except when the fearful mulligans appear. We're Glow Friends, hi-ho friends, we're mighty glad you're here.
I guess that was linked up with the glowworm toy, right?
Yes.
That would light up. Yeah. I guess that was in the 80s, right? 1980 Far Side comic cartoon here. Did you ever watch much or read much Far Side, Ryan?
Yes. Like it was the best.
Bull in a china shop here. He says, I've got a bad feeling about this, Harriet. Couple bulls in the china shop in human clothing. Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
China.
China.
Mm-hmm. In 1986, 37 years ago, Boston released their third album, Third Stage. Did anybody buy that? I didn't.
That it was all right. Wasn't great.
It was okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Was it kind of commercial? Because everything was commercialized in the.
Well, that was the thing with Boston too. Was like between their second and third album, it took them like a while to put it out. You know, especially for back in those days. And I guess there was some kind of contract disputes or blah blah blah.
Yeah, some legalese to work through.
Yeah, and a bunch of bullshit. When it finally did come out, it was a decent album, but like by that time, the first two Boston albums have been played to death, and I was just sick of them.
All right,
you know, it was
and they're still playing them,
Yeah,
we talked about that the other day. They're probably the most played, besides AC/DC or Led Zeppelin, or maybe a few others you might be able to think of. They're more than
Aerosmith. They get a lot of play.
Aerosmith. 28 years ago in 1995 on NBC. I never watched it, but maybe you did. Jag.
I have never liked the name.
Well, I mean, it's a real military term. Only on
I used to work on NCIS.
Is that a good look for a woman? I say no. That whack looking hat? No thanks.
And what is it? It stands for like Judge Advocate something or another, which is kind of fucked up by itself.
Attorney General.
Jesus as God. I don't know. I'm just taking a shot. Yeah, I never watched Jag. Did you guys watch Jag? I didn't watch Jag.
No, never watched it.
CSI Miami premiered.
CSI, I like the
2002.
The original one. The Miami one was what's his name? The redheaded guy.
David Caruso.
David Caruso, yeah. Remember he like fucking destroyed his career by trying to go super Hollywood like way too fast.
Speaking of the Ponderosa, which was the car show I played, right? We never had I don't think we ever had a Ponderosa around here, but Ponderosa I will ever think of as Bonanza. Well, Parnell Roberts, who was Adam on the show, he had his own show 44 years ago on CBS in 1979. Yeah. Bradford John
Holy
I
shit,
think it
that
was
was
quite
him?
daring that he showed his baldness.
Dude, I never realized that was the same guy. Holy shit.
Yeah, he played Adam in Bonanza.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Learn something every day.
Yeah.
That's what we hope for.
Wow. That's crazy.
And remember, he lived out of a trailer in the hospital.
Yeah, he's like a
lot.
camper out in the parking lot, right?
Yeah. And this guy here, he was
They get dressed in a trailer. All of them.
I watched a little bit of it, not a lot.
Yeah, it was alright.
Yeah, watched a little bit of it. 1979. I
think Columbo and McLeod were better.
Telly Savalas stopped by Mel's Diner on Alice. Telly Savalas was the villain in the Beyond the Side Adventure that I watched recently.
He was the
on
villain?
September 23rd, 1989. Milli Vanilli's, infamously known as the Lip Syncers, right? Girl, You Know It's True reached #1 on the Billboard. That was before they were outed for. I mean, they couldn't get a job after they figured out that they were lip syncing.
Oh yeah, the one dude killed himself, dude.
Oh really?
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Really?
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
one of them guys. Yeah, he in Minecraft.
Oh wow. Well, in 1979, on happier note, thanks for bringing it down, Shadow. 44 years ago, on CBS in 1979, you could have watched this. And Carol O'Connor, that played Archie, I just watched him in the mid 60s in Time Tunnel. He was in Time Tunnel. He played a dual role in that, where they went back in time at the War of 1812. And he also played a general that goes back to 1812 and meets himself, you know, so it's pretty wild. His ancestor. So they're using the theme song from the first show, right? Here,
Yep.
just a little bit different.
Yep, they just did an instrumental version.
Yeah, I didn't watch that show. I didn't watch that show. A little bit.
I mean, I see where they were going, but
yeah, I don't know that Archie Bunker's Place was around that, 61 years ago, before I was born in 1962. Oh my gosh, on ABC. This, you could have watched this. I feel like
I couldn't have.
prime time show.
I wasn't even born yet. I couldn't have
I
watched.
wasn't either, but I'm sure you've seen this show.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Meet your seven.
Where is my flying car, by the way?
You'll never get it.
I'll take the robot.
That's
don't-
who
they don't want you to
Ryan
have a
reminds
rolling
me
car,
of.
they have a little flying car.
Elroy.
No need for one if the world is truly flat. Just saying. Orbit High School.
Jane, his wife.
Here, I'll take the rest of the ball. Thanks, dear. No wonder
Yeah,
he's broke
she just takes
down.
the whole wallet. Yeah.
Basically, Sprocket. He doesn't even have to walk to his desk. He's got a conveyor belt to his desk. He had one job at Spacely Sprocket, and that was to sit there and push one button all day long.
Yep.
Would you like a job like that, Ryan, or would it get monotonous real quick?
It would get monotonous real quick, but if it was paying well,
Good
I'll
response.
sit there and push that button.
Shawshank Redemption by Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman premiered 29 years ago in
Andy
1990.
never was the same after that day in the laundry.
Oh, check this out, man. GoBot's watch. GoBots came out before Transformers. GoBot's watch that you could get in Donkey Kong Jr. Or Cookie Crisp cereal. That's
Look at him
pretty
kicking
cool.
his leg up in the air. It's like
I know, right? Maybe he's taking a leak on. He's taking a leak on the ad.
Yeah, there should be a fire hydrant right there.
On the copy there. Yeah. Fire hydrant. Yeah. A GoBot fire hydrant. Sure. Why not?
Oh shit. That's fun.
Astronomical fall officially arrived at 2:50 a.m. Eastern time, the 23rd. So we're technically already into fall.
Yes, the autumnal equinox, I believe, was today.
Now, 34 years ago, Family Matters. I think we mentioned that before.
Oh God. Ugh.
Yeah. I watched Family Matters.
Did I do that?
Yeah. I did watch Family Matters a little bit.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of did, but I mean, that was still back, when you pretty much still had 3 or 4 channels and then UHF.
Right. Yeah. And I never had cable till I moved to town, and
Yeah, no, I didn't get cable until I was in my 20s.
yeah, I mean, it wasn't a big thing with me, and you had to budget for it because cable wasn't cheap. I didn't think even back then.
Oh, hell no. That was, I mean, compared to nowadays, sure, it was cheap, but back in the day, it was like,
had one
I'm
of those
paying for
GoBot watches.
TV.
Wow. He actually had one of those GoBot watches. Probably
Oh, get
tore it
out
up.
of here, really? Nice.
Yeah, he had one. Yeah. Yeah, and actually GoBots have kind of made it a few years back, about 5-6 years ago. I actually picked up some GoBot. Tom, what's his name that does all those multiple panels? he did some GoBot stuff that caught my eye, and actually bought some GoBot comics or trade paperback with his stuff in there. That was my first exposure, and then he went over and did the Fantastic Four. He's done a number of things. I wish I could remember his first name. I mean last name, but Scully. I don't know. He's really detailed. He had 19 panels on one page. Wow, man, I was even spinning there. Well, I guess we better spin out of here. We've been going for over 4 hours.
All right.
I kind of like the white nipple look on you because it's, I've got white hair. You've got the white nipple. He's got the light box. Ryan's got the light box. So we're all white around here. Racist.
I'm back in black, bitches.
Oh, go by.